Person of the African Union Commission, the Inspector General of Police, Rwanda National Police, distinguished invited guests, esteemed panelists, moderators, and discussants in this symposium, participants to the symposium, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to you all and welcome to this second day of the Symposium on Peace, Security and Justice, organized for the Police Senior Command and Staff Course Intake 12, under the theme, Peace and Security in the Evolving Global Dynamics, Implications for Africa. In the continuation of sessions, we are going to start with panel 3, and this will go on until lunch. Then afterwards, panel 4 and the last will follow in the afternoon. At the end of panel 4, we shall have a wrap-up session for the whole symposium, followed by the closing ceremony. Panel 3 that is going to begin will explore the sub-theme of building a resilient Africa for sustainable peace and prosperity, a forward-looking perspective. And the eminent moderator of this panel is Dr. Usta Kaitesi. Before I invite our moderator to the stage, allow me to give you a brief introduction of her career path. Dr. Usta Kaitesi is the CEO of the Rwanda Governance Board. She previously served as the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the RGB, still there, and the Principal of the College of Arts and Social Sciences of the University of Rwanda, and served in different capacities at the UR Law School. She was the Vice Chairperson of the Technical Support Commission to the Parliament of Rwanda for the review of the Constitution of the Republic of Rwanda in 2015. Dr. Kaitesi was a member of the Rwanda Bar Association and the East African Law Society.
The Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, the IGP, distinguished speakers, dear guests and participants, I'll stand on the protocols that have been raised from yesterday. It's an opportunity and a pleasure to moderate an eminent panel that I'm going to be moderating this morning. And our theme, as mentioned by the MC, is building a resilient Africa for sustainable peace and prosperity, a forward-looking perspective. I'm going to introduce my panelists very briefly because they hardly deserve any introductions. But you will find their bios in the booklet. To have the conversation move on, I'll just mention their names and what they do. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Brian Tamuka Kagolo, a Managing Director of Programs at the Open Society Foundations and a renowned Pan-Africanist. Please join me. On the panel, I'm also inviting Her Excellency Dr. Monica Nsazabaganwa, the Deputy Chairperson, African Union Commission. As I said, she deserves not much more introduction. She's a seasoned Rwandan politician. Please welcome. And of course, last but not least, I would like to invite Brigadier General Ronald Rwivanga, the Rwanda Defense Forces spokesperson, and as I earlier mentioned, he also deserves not so much introduction in this space and in this room. Please welcome. Now, of course, we are going to discuss building a resilient Africa for sustainable peace and prosperity, a forward-looking perspective. We had a detailed discussion yesterday on peace and security in Africa, and I think everyone went home wondering whether we are moving forward or not. We assessed current status, we looked at the past that has shaped us, and today I'm glad to have a discussion that responds to the concerns of Einstein. You know, Einstein said that doing the same thing over and over again and expect different results is what insanity is. The panel today drives us from that perspective. We are going to be talking at strengthening our governance systems in Africa, focusing on the institutional reforms in the perspective of what these institutional reforms are doing for us. We are looking at Africa's economic integration and leveraging the potentials of the African continental free trade area and how it responds to current concerns in our communities. And of course, maybe where Einstein's quote comes in most is the responsive and adaptive security approaches, the promises of bilateral peace interventions as will be shared by the RDF spokesperson. We will keep the discussion in the perspective of what we discussed yesterday. People who have served in the peacekeeping missions have shared their challenges, the limits, and some of the success stories. But I think the pace of what we are achieving does not get to be efficient and effectively responding. Now, before we get to the security aspect of that, I'm going to ask each of the speakers to do their introductory remarks, focusing on the three elements, the strengthening of governance systems in Africa. I'll request Dr. Kagolo to focus on the institutional reforms and whether they are going to give us a sustainable future. I'll ask Dr. Monique to speak on the African continental free trade area and whether we are leveraging on the benefits that stand out there and whether we actually know those benefits as the citizens of the continent. And eventually I'll request the Brigadier General to share on doing things differently. How do we do peacekeeping? How do we restore peace in a different approach? Or how do we actually adjust on the traditional mechanisms? Each of you is going to be having 10 minutes maximum, and this is a conversation. So because we want to do the conversation in a better way, we will save more time for the audience to be part of the conversation. Dr. Kagolo, please.
I come from Southern Africa, so I'll ask that you simply just call me Comrade Kagoro. I stand on existing protocols, IGP, and I'm seeing too many eminent persons. But to my brother, unfortunately, the Nigerian IGP did not also send another, what do you call this, a private jet to bring me here so that I can confirm, I can confirm What we heard from yesterday is we are sending soldiers and police officers to solve deep structural crises in African economies and intractable political culture problem of personalization of the state, of governance, and capture of institutions. By the time we ask soldiers, intelligence and police officers to go in, the political class, the administrative class, and the economic class would have cannibalized the potential of the country to develop equitably, inclusively, and in ways that bring the bottom and the top to share in the wealth of the country. I wish to suggest to you the reason why we have intractable conflicts on the continent and why governance reforms are important is not simply because governance in and of itself enables the exercise of political, economic, and social cultural power to be constrained, that it gives us the guardrails that determine the parameters of power, the duration of power, and also the purpose of power. It would seem to me whether you are talking about distribution and redistribution in the economy, or you are talking about executive discretion, or you are talking about respect of human beings and dignity, the fundamental points that the continent faces is we cannot have them solved except by their primary agents. So I want in this narrative and conversation we're going to have to suggest three things. As Africans, please do not only use root causes, because I can see a good number of you grew up either in villages or close to villages. And you know this, that crops don't only fail because the root causes. They also fail because of climatic causes, which are the neighborhood issues. They also fail because of pests and locusts, which are the external exogenous factors. Governance reforms in Africa remain incomplete unless we reform the global ecosystem of governance that's framed through contradiction, through double standards, and through exploitative mindsets where the rest can deploy their superiority in technology, in security, and other forms in order to predate or to act as predators against Africans. Of course, I think young people will say, why would you blame other people for your own stupidity? And I think which brings me to the second thing. We are selling air. And this will bring me to the government. We've been telling young people, go to school, get educated, then you'll get a good job, you'll be empowered. But in most of our countries, the people who are living the best lives have no education. The people who are driving the best cars, no education. And Charles Onyango Obo says they are succeeding because of corruption, not in spite of corruption. We've built a culture where we are telling everybody else to comply with governance processes and the instrumental and intrinsic value of governance institutions. And yet those who break the law, either because they are so high up in government, they're untouchable. So high up in the military, they're untouchable. So high up in the police, they're untouchable. They, their children, their cronies, their girlfriends, and their cats seem to live with impunity. And the only people who live subjected to the reformed governance systems and laws are poor people who will never break through the glass ceiling of deified, sanctified, and elevated fiefdom. I want to suggest to you that the reason why governance reforms, which traditionally have followed three trajectories: social concern of governance, which is address the livelihood issues; economic concerns of governance, which is make your governance friendly to the market, or so that markets are able to operate; and political concerns of governance, which is about ensure that power can be conquered, retained, and exercised either responsibly or to the exclusive beneficiary of those that are doing the reform. Those three have brought us into a point of both possibility and contradiction. And let me go to what sort of reforms we're talking about. No single problem that any of the African countries are facing stands in and of itself and on its own. Whether you are dealing with the abuse of young girls and early child marriage, or you are dealing with something such as narcotics trade, or dealing with cyber crime, or you are dealing with something as bad as fraud within banks, or you are dealing with abuse of authority. Everything is interrelated to critical factors: levels of poverty, levels of inequality, levels of exclusion. And my brother Gatete yesterday was educating me, saying levels of education and literacy as well. So it would seem to me, if you take the spectrum of intersections of things, it is no longer possible to take a technicist approach to governance reforms, where you are simply saying, if we fix court procedure, we will have justice. Because if the judges are corrupt, fixing court procedures does not deliver justice. So we have to reform courts dealing with ethics and professionalisms, at the same time reforming penal codes that deal with questions of when and how you exact punishment. Now, there is another interesting thing about intersections. Very few things happening domestically or locally remain unrelated to things happening regionally and globally. Technology has dramatized this. You now can hijack a whole country, undermine a whole country, spread misinformation and disinformation in a whole country. So even if we manage to constrain the number of local citizens who are engaged in misinformation, disinformation, and hate speech, those who sit outside our borders, we engage in the same things, somehow they permeate and go across because the digital platform enables them to access our citizens as long as they have access to technology. Now, there are opportunities as well. Some of the things we could deny and hide before, as governments, as the police, as militaries, now today, that information can be spread and accessed because people now have access to information from many more sources other than the government spokesperson, the police spokesperson, and etc. Now, there is danger of disinformation and misinformation, but there is power of alternative information. Regulation and reform in the context we live in is no longer a simplistic matter. It is a complex matter that requires that our institutions have capacities and competencies that go beyond constraint of dissent, repression of dissent, facilitation of exercise of rights, to a holistic understanding of security. And I shared with them the joke yesterday, Madam Chair, that as we seek transparency, we must remember what a neighbor of this country said: transparency is not nakedness. So there must be a measure in which you become transparent but discreet. There must be a measure in which when you reform, you don't reform to function for now. You reform to function for the future. Now let me try and land on what that might look like. Our court system, our judicial system, our legal system is still 30 years behind where technology has gone, even when it uses digital platforms. Our policing system, crime detection system, crime investigation system, and I know that we have forensic units that have been set. If you just look at how many forensic experts we have to deal with unresolved crimes in any country, we are still another 20 to 30 years behind where modern crime is. Right. It could be more. What I'm suggesting, Madam Chair, is the imperative of reform that faces us is it is no longer an afterthought to be thinking, what do we do with those organs of state that enable us to prevent crime, to secure or guarantee security? Because security has another dimension. Those that have satellites that hover above us are able to monitor every angle and aspect of our lives, and we cannot do it by deploying more human beings, as important as more police officers are. So the type of police officers, the type of military officers, the type of lawyers and judges, the type of scientists, physical scientists, and etc. we need is totally different. The strategy for national projection going forward, for continental projection going forward, essentially means that people who come to conferences talking like myself should have a lot less premium than people who can actually fix a thing. Like, we need these satellites that can monitor poaching. We need this that can do this. The investments we are making today in governance reforms should have a 50-year lifespan. If we're investing to deal with historical problems and current problems without projecting forward, we're not doing enough. It would seem to me that, therefore, there is something that we're still struggling with. Reforms that ensure centrality of women's rights and protection. So when I talk to police in Rwanda and elsewhere, I know one of the problems is how do we deal with social problems that become policing problems? Negative cultural attitudes. How do you reform an institution so that you change negative cultural attitudes, right? How do you deal with the fact that in some of our countries, we've governed the people so badly that citizens are by nature bandits and hostile to the state, even the things that the state does that is good for them. The biggest battle in institutional reform, Madam Chair, is not how beautiful and how well we do it. We can get the most efficient institutions, technically competent, As long as there's no buy-in from people who will be beneficiaries of those governance reforms, they become nice white elephants sitting in glossy documents that we can recount in conferences. Normative frameworks do not cure the pain and the hole in the heart of people who feel excluded, who feel undermined, whose dignity is every day confronted by the fact that raw sewer flows outside their homes, that they have no decent shelter. So we're trying to use governance reforms to cure political problems, to cure economic structural problems. Politics has been the #1 challenge, but politics' potential is we cannot review, reform, transform governance on the continent until we transform who becomes a leader. Can I repeat that? Leadership is central to the performance of institutions, but ideas are central to the performance of leadership. This thing we have done before, where political loyalty is given higher premium than the capacity to think clearly and to ideate and see the future. Somehow we have to find a middle point. Across the continent, we have political cadres now occupying significant positions in government because they are loyal. Some of them are fantastically incompetent, but they are wonderful people. Unfortunately, wonderfulness does not cure the underdevelopment challenge or the ability of external forces to hijack our governance. Lastly, greed. We can reform the court system. We can reform the immigration system. We can reform the economic system. But there is something about what it is that we have made important in our society. Jean-Paul Sartre says it is this: we have equated having things with being, so that those who have things are considered more human beings. They are not arrested, they are not harassed because they have things. They have Lamborghinis, they have Porsche Cayennes, they have big houses. So every single person now wants to have things. And the best way to get things is either you get miracle money in church, you go to the occult, or you steal. Natif. So what we have done is created an industry of co-conspirators, right from the top of government, the top of mosque and church, to the bottom of society. Those who are deemed as the role models, those that are deemed as the philanthropists, are in essence criminals who masquerade in our society. Now, what is governance reforms? Governance reforms assumes that society's consciousness is not tainted by greed, by flimsy concerns. That society's consciousness understands the essence of humanity. But governance reforms sometimes assume that what we are solving is a domestic problem of inefficiency, of weak ethics, and inability to maximize and optimize our operational competencies. However, and this is the thing that I came here to say to you, modern day governance reforms must accept others have designs on our countries. You can say, no, my country is small, or my country is peaceful. My country does not fight with anyone. They don't care as long as you have what they need. They are going to come and try and corrupt your politicians, corrupt your citizens. If they can't corrupt them, cause them to rebel against you. If they can't cause them to rebel against you, just cause some discontent. Therefore, governance reforms are about national defense, continental defense, and Pan-Africanism. How to make regional developmentalism work. The greatest enemy to governance reforms is sadly not an external imperialist. It's a local person who holds either an office or has access to control of public opinion, who has no political consciousness about national interests, continental interests, and the imperative of Africa developing on our own terms. We are betrayed by indifference and ignorance, but governance on this continent has been mutilated by those who want short-term gains without process. So governance reforms, Madam Chair, is not just about institutions and leadership, it's about citizenship. You can get leaders who want things to work. You can get institutions that can get things to work. But sometimes, citizens do not always act in their best interest. The gulf that happens between the popular mass and leadership. There was a book written by Nathan Shamyarira about Samora Machel. And in the book, in the introduction, Nathan Shamyarira said Samora was a great Mozambican revolutionary. He wanted to take Mozambique to the peak of the mountain. Sadly, at the point of his untimely death, Samora had reached the peak of the mountain and Mozambique was still in the valley. Now, my friends, we can even name the institutions, whether they're continental, they're national, until we carry the African citizenry, until we carry the people. We can't carry the people if they think we are tyrants. We can't carry the people if they think our primary job is to abuse their rights. But even when we don't abuse their rights, we cannot assume that consciousness grows naturally like weeds. We have to have a program of educating our people that says you can be responsible, not dependent intellectually on outside help. You can be responsible, not always dependent financially on outside help. You can be responsible, you can build the solutions you want. This is why homegrown solutions are the most fundamental component of governance reforms. Because to get me to adjust to a French version institution or American version institutions may take long. Lastly, the middle class is the worst enemy of governance reforms. The middle class owes a responsibility because it has knowledge, it has resources, it has many things, to act as a litmus test against how well our institutions are performing. But most instances when our institutions are beginning to fail, the middle class takes an escapist attitude. The middle class, electricity is not being provided, we buy generators and solar power. We don't even hold to account those who collect taxes to make sure we have electricity. When security is not working, we hire private security firms. We are no longer interested in the police. Everything that the middle class does is to delegitimize the state when we are legitimating our comforts. The fact that we have lost faith in the state is what enables the big gulf between the top, the middle, and the bottom. Governance reforms are about ecosystems of local, national, and global coherence in the exercise of power, distribution of opportunities, distribution of resources, and also functional outcomes that are equitably beneficial to all. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Governance reforms is about us, at least that's what I found. Understandably, it's all of us working for the interests of our own development and the people that we represent and that we are. That gives us a very good landing space for the African Continental Free Trade Area as an initiative that probably most of us think is for governments, but mostly I think is for the citizens of the continent. Dr. Monique, please take the floor.
Thank you so much, my dear sister Usta, Madam Moderator. May I start by greeting you all. Murahoneza. Yeah, it's always a pleasure coming back home. And also to speak after the comrade Kagoro, and also after I has challenged some of the things the African Union is all about, because we are, I would say, a bunch of frameworks in every area you can name. But then that gap between the continental up there and the citizen, I think it's a wrong work to do. But let me start by saying how happy I am to be here, join my voice at this important session, especially focusing on the FCFTA. Let me also take the opportunity to thank the organizers. IGP, thank you so much for extending the invitation to the African Union Commission through my humble person to come and engage. We really appreciate. I will try to structure my points in 3 parts. Of course, I will speak about the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement and its potential. Then I'll also make some reflections on what I see as being threats to this beautiful project. And finally, how we could cure or attempt to cure so that we can leverage the potential of this FCFTA. As you may be aware, the FCFTA, in Ghana they call it the AFTA. That's where FCFTA Secretariat has a headquarters. So FCFTA is a long name that is tongue twisting. So anyway, it's the free trade area for Africa. It's an important strategic tool. As a matter of fact, a flagship project of the Agenda 2063. One we are very proud of. It has been signed here in Rwanda, and in a span of 5 years, we have taken from the framework to the implementation with now more than 30 countries or thereabout are undergoing the guided trade. And we are really accelerating. Since last year was the year of acceleration of implementation of this beautiful project. All the countries have signed it except one, and many have ratified, maybe 47 or something. So few are yet to ratify. But of course, the agreement has entered into force. It's indeed a beautiful tool because when you see the backdrop of current global demand for strategic resources of the continent, including minerals and otherwise, and commodities that are needed by the world for the green transition. The FCFTA is also today the largest market, free trade area market. In terms of countries, all the 55 countries are participating in this FTA. And of course, the whole continent, about 1.4 billion people, 4.3 trillion GDP, that is also going to grow in years ahead. It offers opportunities for our countries to industrialize and to add value to the resources we have, create jobs in that process to the youthful population of the continent. It stands also to boost our economic diversification agenda and intra-African trade. Definitely, balance of evidence suggests that if we strategically invest in peace, security, and education, the FCFTA can become one of the most dynamic and productive economic zones with projected GDP of 15 trillion by 2050, and I believe maybe we could go even higher than that, for a market of 2.7 billion by then. All of these, of course, we have started to enjoy some as we are starting the guided trade, but all of these promise might be hanging in the balance when we also know that currently a study has shown that 85% of Africans, they live either in a country or in a neighboring country that is facing conflict or is in a post-conflict situation, 85%. And that 39 million of Africans are forcibly displaced for different reasons. Could be security because of political reasons, but also because of climate and conflicts that are climate or natural resources born. And this figure has actually doubled in 7 years. Maybe, Dr. Kaberuka, you can now calculate the growth rate. If you can double in 7 years, whatever thing that you're measuring. We also know that our continent loses 453 billion annually of dollars, not Rwandan francs, of dollars, due to the consequences of violence and conflict. While Agenda 2063 aspires to peaceful, integrated, and prosperous Africa, what we are seeing in most cases is actually fragmentation instead of integration. Yet, most, if not all of these conflicts that we are talking about are preventable. And we know that investing $1 in prevention would save $16 in downstream costs of conflict. For actually Agenda 2063, when you get to a point of talking about peacekeeping, that's that somewhere, somehow, something has gone already wrong. And the focus should be put on doing everything we can so that we prevent. And this prevention needs investments in so many things, including the reforms that the comrade has addressed. But definitely, because we know the situation we have, it means that we are not, probably not investing enough in this good investment, which is prevention. Moreover, another threat is the challenge we are seeing in delays in implementing fully free movement of persons, goods, and services. We know that we have a protocol that was adopted by the Assembly of Heads of State in 2019, and it's a protocol on free movement of persons. Up to now, 33 have signed, but only 4 have ratified, which means the instrument as it stands is not into force. I here take the opportunity to commend Rwanda. You are among the 4 who have signed. Mali is another one, Niger, another one, and Sao Tome and Principe. Only 4 countries. And that has been more than how many years? We are now coming to 6 years. So you can wonder why heads of state sat, took a decision, many signed, 33 at least, but now only 4 ratified. Is it because we just forgot? Or maybe there are underlining structural issues that are preventing this from becoming a reality. What we try to gather is that there is fear, and that's the place maybe institutions like police, maybe you have to come in this area to see what we can help the continent achieve. I know there is a lot that through institutions like CISA and others, you're trying to do to coordinate so that we maybe have better efficient management of our borders. Because people fear that when you open, then you're going to just get any and even those you don't wish to have. What can we do to unlock this? I think for me it's a big question mark. It's one of those frameworks, indeed, that are still sitting there on the tables or in the shelves, and it's not being actually delivering for the people. What is the issue? I don't know, but we have really to apply our minds on that. So what can we do to try and leverage the FCFTA? Definitely focus on the importance of the nexus between peace, security, and development is key. We've been on a roadshow for the last couple of months to sell to the private sector, which is a constituency of the citizens, about the Peace Fund, which is a beautiful instrument that our heads of state have decided, and actually they have delivered, because they committed to $400 million in seed capital, which we are now at 392 plus million. They have already disbursed cash. We have it, and thanks to His Excellency President Kagame, leader of reform at that time, and under the advice of people like Dr. Kaberuka, we are now having investments, fund managers managing these funds and returning interest every year, which actually we are tapping to start doing some of the support, peace support operations of the continent. But when we engage with the private sector, the question they ask us is, it's good that you're coming also to ask how we can contribute to this peace fund. But in the first place, can you go and ask these leaders, why do we in the first place have to actually face situations of insecurity? It comes back to the points that you also addressed, Comrade Kagoro, in a while. And they're also telling us, we don't need this fund to focus on addressing peace support operations. We want it to actually be invested in the prevention, in addressing the grassroots, the root causes of this poverty, inequality, exclusion, joblessness, and so many others that actually push factors to situations of insecurity. I don't know how we are going to tweak to do that, but that is what they are demanding, that they are actually ready to join in their responsibility as citizens in a fund that would just make sure that we don't have situations of insecurity in the first place. So harnessing the potential of the FCFTA is as an engine of inclusive growth and sustainable development requires that we massively invest in strengthening peace and security at national, regional, continental, and global. I meet you in your point where you mentioned actually the responsibility of the global context as well. And that is also what the African Union is trying to do. Our aspiration number 7 of the Agenda 2063 is all about that. Can we position ourselves as Africa so that we are a global, relevant player and that we can be listened to? We can also contribute to shaping the reforms, the rules that everyone is playing by. But unfortunately, that's a tug of war. But we are already getting there in terms of we are now a full member of G20, but what we are taking there and how it's going to be taken seriously also is yet to be unpacked. At national level, I won't dwell much because we have covered it yesterday, and also our comrade has looked at it, creating situations and conditions for our citizens to enjoy equitable equitable access to opportunities, a conducive environment for economic activities, inclusiveness, and so on and so forth. Capable states relying on sound and accountable institutions. That's what at national level we are called to do. At regional and continental level, this implies reinforcing cooperation between security services, like to help resolve the issue of how do we unlock the protocol on free movement of persons. How do we stop cross-border illicit activities that can create the pervasive conditions of insecurity and conflicts? This is why, indeed, the African Union, our leaders have committed to achieving that peaceful, united, and prosperous continent encapsulated in Agenda 2063. Globally, I mentioned the role of the continent of the African Union to try and defend our interests and also negotiate conditions that can also allow us to implement our reforms internally. As I conclude, peace, security, and justice are therefore key enablers to harness the huge untapped potential of the FCFTN. So, Madam Moderator, maybe for introductory remarks, I can stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You highlighted the role and the impact of the President of the Republic of Rwanda, and I want to bring a quote that he made on this for both you and Comrade Kagoro to reflect on before we move to the security discussion. He said, "Good politics and governance are like a healthy human body. Where governance is compromised, it's like having a weak immune system, which is vulnerable to all kinds of opportunistic infections or attacks." And I think, Kagolo, also, as you mentioned, it reflects the environment. Given that background, understanding the challenges that we have in governance, but also understanding that this is the root cause, and he says again, we must simultaneously address the shortfalls in governance, which are the root causes of insecurity. Jeno, I know on a day-to-day basis, you deal with security because insecurity preempts security. And we had a good discussion on the shortfalls of existing mechanisms. And you have been really trying on new approaches, adaptive, responsive. And I'll bring it to you from one of the challenges that I faced yesterday. I kept assuming this room is really full of different nationalities. Everyone seated next to somebody, they come from a different nationality. Assume you're a force and speak in your own language, a command. Give a command to your neighbor in your own language. If your neighbor is not from the same language, and then we should see what happens to this room. And I wanted you to reflect from that perspective. If you have an approach to security that allows the communication, that allows the commitment, that allows common ground, and maybe that is the promise of the bilaterals, but I don't want to preempt you, please.
Sure, thank you very much. I would like to first of all recognize the protocols that were earlier mentioned, but specifically to thank the IGP and the college leadership for consistently inviting me to be a guest lecturer and a panelist in this very important event. So thank you very much. So this session on building a resilient continent for sustainable peace and development is with a specific focus on the subject that I'm going to discuss, which is responsive and adaptive security approaches, promises of bilateral peace interventions or arrangements. It calls for a discussion, first and foremost, on existing approaches. And here we're talking about unilateral, where states operate on their own to solve problems, bilateral, where a state will work with another to solve security problems, and then we have multilateral, where we have this big animal that the IGP talked about yesterday, which has all of us. And the UN is very important for us in many ways. And this is the third aspect, which is multilateral. For the purpose of this discussion, allow me to narrow our focus on specific security challenges on the African continent, which you're probably all aware. Security threats such as terrorism, okay, violent extremism, religious or otherwise, and the third, which is also common all over the continent, is non-state actors threatening to topple, or toppling actually, legitimately elected governments through violent means. Those are the three scenarios that are very common on the continent. Of course, the Sahel being the religious aspect, coming down to Central African Republic with anti-Baraka and Seleka rebels fighting each other, and a state of anarchy requiring intervention. Coming to Mozambique, where Ansar al-Sunna wa Jamaa, a religious extremist group, decides to take the northern province of Cabo Delgado for 4 years. So these are the areas that I want to focus on, and then we shall debate on the effectiveness of existing approaches in dealing with these problems. And when I finalize with that, you will be the judge. And I want to give a caveat. I am a spokesperson of the RDF, so I will speak positively about the RDF. However, in this case, the facts speak for themselves, so I don't need to speak about RDF and RNP, by the way. In this case, we are together. So spokesperson RNP, I'm going to be your spokesperson. So in both cases, Mozambique and CAL, I can say that our bilateral interventions received multilateral consent. Very important. Received multilateral consent because they were justified interventions. And because we are dealing with threats that are global. In the case of Central African Republic, there was the threat of the CPC, Coalition of Patriotic Change, which was a coalition of all these militias attempting to topple a legitimately elected government in 2020 and to halt elections that were being held. So the former president, Francois Bozizé, grabbed these units and says, let's work together to topple a legitimate government, a government that was elected. And, they tried to capture Bangui, and they succeeded. They actually overran cities. And they were left with just 1 or 2 strongholds to be able to capture the center. And I want to state with clarity that we had MINUSCA, which has so many countries. And I'll just go through the list just to give you a picture. MINUSCA has Rwanda, which is the largest force contribute, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nepal, Egypt, Zambia, Morocco, Tunisia, Burundi, Cameroon, for the army. And for the police, we have Rwanda, also the largest, Senegal, Mauritania, Cameroon, Djibouti, Egypt, Congo, Indonesia, Niger, and Togo, with a total of 22,523 personnel. 17,420 of them are armed. So they're supposed to be trained and ready to respond. And here's a scenario where you have this group there in Bangui, ready to defend the state against these groups. But they are busy overrunning towns. Why? Because in the mandate that was given to MINUSCA, their role is to protect civilians, okay? To ensure humanitarian assistance is provided to communities, facilitating, of course, the disarmament and demobilization of groups. But clearly, these groups are already using arms to try and topple the system. So if you use a litmus test, it tells you that to a large extent, the $1 billion point something that has been put to the table for certain activities have not been effectively implemented, despite the fact that we are also part and parcel of this animal. Okay? The government of Central African Republic had a bilateral relation with Rwanda, and they decided to adopt certain aspects of our agreement to ask us to support them to bring a more offensive posture to the game, because the UN is limited by mandates and other conditions. So we went there with battle groups, and we managed to successfully dislodge these insurgents from all the areas that they had captured and maintained state authority. Today we are still there, and we are still managing the situation, and that CPC is a matter of history. Okay? So like I said, I'm not giving facts about the RDF and RNP out of a matter of bragging, but these are facts that are there, and they speak for themselves. So that is in regard to Central African Republic. Now let me go to Mozambique. Ansar al-Sunna wa Jamaa, a religious extremist group, took over the province of Cabo Delgado from 2017 to 2021, killed 3,000 innocent civilians, beheaded them, many of them, decapitated them, and led to the displacement of 800,000 refugees in camps for 4 years. And we had African Union, we had SADC, we had all these multilateral bodies standing there waiting to see how the situation unfolds further. Mozambique decided that, we also want a bilateral arrangement with Rwanda. So they, I think, based on what we did in 2020, and the evidence is in the timing, which was 2020. 2021, they approached us. They requested our president, and our president, who has the trust in our defense forces, our joint forces, said, can't we do this? Is it very difficult? Having chaired the AU, I think he has seen how some of these multilateral arrangements can also be very difficult to bring together. So he decided that we should act and set a precedence. So within 1 month, we were able to dislodge these terrorists, insurgents, from all their strongholds in Palma and Mosimbo de Praia. And we reinstated state authority in all these areas. And after that, SADC came. And it is okay. It is okay for it to come because we need support. We need support from multilateral arrangements. And I will give you reasons why. You cannot act alone in many ways. There are many advantages of working with multilateral partners, and I will go through them one by one, just to show that I'm actually supportive of the UN framework. But I must stress with clarity that bilateral engagements have proven to be equally effective if they have the right cause and the commitment. Now, bilateral engagements have operational efficiency. You don't need to have doctrinal issues between different nations in order for you to operate effectively. So we don't have doctrinal contradictions. People fight as one entity, and they have a mission, and they will achieve it without political interactions or interruptions. Okay? That is one advantage. The second advantage is the decision-making and robustness of response. With bilateral engagements, the decision is made, the commander-in-chief has given the order, we have the requisite forces, we deploy. We look for resources, and because we are used to using little to achieve a lot, from our time when we were in the struggle, all the way, we have used little to achieve much. So we operated with what we had, and were able to achieve those objectives. The third issue is, of course, cost effectiveness. Now, that's where bilateral interventions kind of become difficult, because it is very expensive to go alone to support another nation. It is very expensive. So we had to pay the bill in order to be able to sustain ourselves in those operations. The fourth is legitimacy. Was our intervention legitimate? I can say with clarity still that it was very legitimate, because we had multilateral consent. UN was very happy. EU even gave us 20 million US dollars, euros, immediately. Why? Because he said, you know, these people are doing something which we should have done, which all of us should do. So that shows that it is a legitimate act that can be supported by, different people. Is it sustainable? In the short run, it is. In the long run, I believe that we must work with multilateral partners in order to keep this going, because it's very expensive. And that is why the EU is supporting us, and we actually support any other entity joining us in solving problems. When SADC came in, we worked very closely with SADC. We shared intelligence and specific leads, and everywhere we have jointly operated, we have succeeded. So there's nothing wrong with working together, but the advantages of bilateral dealing with the problem have far superseded the existing multilateral setups, and therefore we cannot debate about it. So multilateral approaches have a unique strength of being heavily financed, and therefore we want to tap into that too. And that is why we cannot be against this big animal. Because this big animal has money. Okay? The ability to mobilize resources is very important in the long run. Its weakness, as Afande IGP clarified yesterday in a very eloquent way, its weakness is collective commitment. It's very hard to get it. Bureaucracy. You have to go to New York, consult, you have to write a mandate, you have to issue. That takes a lot of time. However, we can have a blended approach. And you asked me to look for responses. We can have a blended approach where bilateral interventions come in to deal with a problem that is urgent with multilateral consent, because UN supports you and others. And then we can also have the UN come in with all sorts of humanitarian support, because that's also very important in conflict situations. Once all that is successfully adopted, we can say that bilateral interventions can be married or blended with the multilateral undertakings. Again, I'm the spokesperson of the RDF, and my job is to speak positively about my army. But I must say that on this matter, facts and achievements speak for themselves. I rest my case. The proof is in the pudding. Thank you very much.
You served well on the panel, but I want to bring it to the audience now. And you balanced it, showing us the advantages of the bilateral. If you ask me to simplify it, I think the peacekeepers should come to keep peace when peace has already been restored.
Exactly.
I think the biggest contradiction that already exists is that peacekeepers go to keep peace in its absence.
Exactly.
And they sustain the humanitarian part, and nobody lives on humanitarian life, and that's not sustainable. And so the understanding, at least from your conclusion, is that we need to restore, at least from the discussions I had yesterday, negative peace, and then have peacekeepers to build the systems that create positive peace. And on that, I'm going to open the floor. As we had agreed, we have about 1 hour and a half for the discussions. I'll take the questions from the floor. I wasn't picking the questions, I was picking a pen. Please. Please remember to introduce yourself, your name, and where you work.
Thank you very much. My name is Lonzen Rugira, and I have a question and a comment and something else in between. Kagoro asked something about the conscious. He said that governance reform is about the conscious, transforming the conscious. So now, yes, where do we get this conscious? Because something is missing. If we are not reforming the conscious, it means that we need to first identify what has gone wrong with the conscious so that we see how to institutionalize that conscious. And I have some ideas of what has happened to the African conscious, and I'll come back to it. Now, this conscious, he brought it back to the African, the middle class African. He says the middle class African has lost faith in the state and therefore is privatizing public services. And this is related also to Ambassador Sazavaganwa's question about what is really wrong about, fundamentally, structurally wrong, that is preventing people who meet, agree on decisions to be taken, and then act as if it never happened. Something is wrong fundamentally, and she's asking us the question, what is wrong there? And I think it's linked to Kagoro's question about the conscious of the African. Now, greed. There has been efforts to try to address the problem with the African through, during the colonial times, they tried to use, to nurture a group called the Evolue. And these Evolue are supposed to be given a certain conscience that was supposed to bring Africans into enlightenment. After the colonial period in the 1990s, the World Bank and the IMF created something called capacity building. And capacity building was supposed to do the same thing that the Evolues were supposed to do. And these are supposed to nurture a certain consciousness to address Africa's problems. Now, greed, the issue of greed. Why is it that the people in positions of responsibility to the collective, once they reach there, they start to address their personal problems? And in the broader sense, my view is that we have an education system in place that produces traitors. And this is where we get our leaders from. So, if we talk about the consciousness, I think we have to return to the education system. In pre-colonial period, our education system, the kind of focus that it had was to produce citizens, people with a sense of greater responsibility to others. But this creation, or the education system that emerged in the colonial times, has the tendency to create traitors. And as a result, when they are likely to sabotage by nature of instinct. And so, when you return to the question of therefore free movement of people that Monique talked about, I think there's something that we don't ask ourselves. And this thing is that we still operate in a system where the conscience of the Africans as a people who should cooperate, who should work together, who should solve the problems of the ordinary people is missing, because we operate in a world system in which the absence of cooperation is still prevailing. And I'll give an example.
In 1 minute.
Yes. When you look at the African AFCTA, that's supposed to nurture the cooperation of Africans around trade. As soon as the AFCTA was being promoted and the signings and so on were taking place, the Americans came and said, you know what, the AFCTA violates World Trade Organization. So they started to fight the AFCTA because in their view it violated the World Trade Organization rules. The instinct for cooperation also has another instinct for competition, that while Africans on the one hand try to create mechanism to work together, there are also mechanisms for division continue to exist. And the educated African who is conditioned to be traitorous tends to move towards the instinct of competition than the instinct of cooperation. Another example is Chagua. When Africans, especially East Africans, chose that they are going to remove second-hand clothes from Europe and wherever, that Africans, as a matter of dignity, should not be wearing things that other people have worn, and that they should develop some kind of industrial capacity of pooling resources to produce clothes, textile manufacturing, and so on. Again, again, unfortunately, the Americans who came again, and they said that this move by you East Africans undermines American jobs, so we cannot support this. And the East Africans who had agreed to abolish Chagua, only Rwanda remained standing firm on the decision to. Now they were divided again. The rest of the other East African countries, they reversed the common decision on Chagua. Competition versus cooperation, and the tendency for division. Trade negotiations between the EU and East African countries, Kenya, Tanzania. Again, the East African community agreed that they would negotiate together with those powerful countries to have fair trade and to reduce exploitation. When it came time to execute, each of these countries began to, the Europeans came to the Kenyans and urged them to step away from the common trade position. The same with the Tanzanians. So what am I saying? Look at the DRC. When the East African force was sent there to help bring peace in that region, immediately the European countries and the Americans began a process of undermining the ESC force and supporting to promote the SADC intervention. So division, competition versus cooperation. Now,
Dr. Lonzen, I'm going to beg you to.
Let me conclude. The challenge. So the investment. There is greater investment for competition, negative competition among East African among Africans than there is for cooperation. And because the African is trained, educated to instinctively be traitorous, is instinctively aligned with the instinct for competition than the instinct for cooperation. And as the example is given above show. So how do we prevent this instinct? When we talk about this thing about peace and justice, peace and security, we have to return to a very simple question that was suggested by one of the prominent Nigerian intellectuals. And this is about African countries exist in a situation where the state is at competition with allegiances to sub-national elements. So when you look at these entities, African countries, the only thing that they are missing, all these sub-national entities, they are called ethnic groups. When you go to Kenya, you have Kikuyus, Kambas. Yes.
I beg that.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. So,
thank you.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, I am convinced that we don't really have a states. We have geographical spaces that we call Kenya, we call Tanzania, we call South Africa, but there are not the identity of citizenship is missing. So the people existing there, they are not Kenyans. They are Kikuyus and Kambas, but they are not Kikuyus. When they are not Kenyans. So now the only thing that is missing, once you have all those people in that geographic space and they are competing with each other instead of cooperating, because cooperation is what creates the national identity. When you don't have the national identity and you have these groups competing, the only thing they are missing is to be armed. Who is going to give them arms? And the moment you look at Sudan,
and I hope that they won't be disarmed.
So Africa, yes. So Africa exists with a great opportunity for insecurity. Yes.
The discussion will continue.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I invite Professor Silvestrins Nzahabwanayo, who is going to take us as our discussant, is going to take us through the youth-centered peace education for building a resilient Africa. Take the floor, Dr. Sylvester.
Very much. I want to associate myself with the protocols that were made yesterday and today, and I would like to thank the Rwanda National Police for inviting the Institute of Research and Dialogue for Peace, IRDP, to be part of this conversation. Also, I would like to thank our colleagues, our panelists, Dr. Brian, Managing Director of Programs at Open Society Foundations. I'd like to thank Dr. Monique Sanzabaganwa, Deputy Chairperson, African Union Commission, and Brigadier General Ronald Rwivanga, RDF spokesperson, who have generously shared with us their insights on how we can build a resilient Africa for sustainable peace and development. Mine is to contribute to that debate, but taking a fairly micro-sociological perspective, drawing fundamentally on two units of analysis, which are the school, but also the community. I have themed my remarks, youth-centered peace education, as a pathway to a resilient Africa. My overall argument in these remarks is that we cannot envisage a resilient Africa, let alone a peaceful and sustainably developed Africa, while turning a blind eye to the youth. I argue that a youth-centered peace education and youth-led peace-building initiatives are critical pathways for a resilient Africa. And in what follows, allow me very briefly to unpack this idea in a more handed manner. First, I would like to make two knowledge claims. One is about statistics. Africa is the world's foremost youthful continent. In 2020, the median age for Africa was 19.7. 19.7. That was the median age for Africa. If you see other continents, for instance, Asia, the median age was 32.0. Europe, 42.5. North America, 38.6. And it is expected that in 2050, 1 in every 3 youths in the world will be living in sub-Saharan Africa. The academic literature suggests that this youthful population that I have just demonstrated partly has implications on security and violence, at least if not taken care of. An increase in the population with scarce resources, migration, poor governance, resource competition, and low mortality rates is likely to pose a significant risk to the security of any country. The purpose of my reflection is to deconstruct this ecosystem by highlighting ways in which youth initially perceived as agents of conflicts can be turned into agents of peace building. I argue that this transformation and deconstruction is possible and feasible through a well thought out in school and out of school youth-centered peace education programs, coupled with youth-led peace-building initiatives. But what do we have on the ground? What is the current state of affairs now? We know that in most countries, schools have a peace education as part of the curriculum. But in most cases, peace education is not a standalone subject. And the vast majority of African countries have actually adopted a cross-cutting approach where peace education is embedded in other subjects, mathematics, science, social sciences, and languages. This indirect approach to peace education yields limited results because not only teachers are rushing to complete the program, understandably, and as a result, place a limited emphasis to peace education, but also, and most importantly, teachers in Africa are ill-equipped to infuse peace education content in their respective subjects. I argue that a youth-centered peace education calls for the integration of peace education in the curriculum as a stand-alone subject, where learners can engage extensively on issues such as violence, citizenship, leadership, responsibility, good governance, conflict management, social-emotional intelligence, negotiation, tolerance, empathy, critical thinking, and so on. At the national level, I argue that there is a need to create youth-led safe spaces. Here comes in the concept of community. Youth-led safe spaces that will allow young people to come together and identify obstacles to peace in their respective communities, and bring these obstacles to the attention of local as well as national policymakers. In these youth-led platforms, young people would be given the opportunity to voice their concerns as what could be the obstacles to peace, but again suggest solutions and even take a lead in materializing some of the solutions to these obstacles. In terms of methods, how this can be done at the community level, I would like to suggest participatory arts-based research or participatory arts-based methods, where young people could use cultural art forms of their choosing cultural art forms eloquent in their communities, to explore and express obstacles to peace in their communities, and bring this to the attention of policymakers. These art forms could be music, dance, drama, theater, poetry, drawing, painting, storytelling, photography, etc. In the case of Rwanda, I want to commend the contribution and the collaboration made by the Rwanda National Police in this direction. We know that the Rwanda National Police is working closely with the Youth Volunteers Forum. This could be a good example for other African countries. The Youth Volunteers Forum is being used together with the Rwanda National Police as a peace-building platform. At the continental level, and here I'm happy that we have with us really Honorable Dr. Monique Nsanzabaganwa, Deputy Chairperson of African Union Commission. I'm arguing for revamping youth-led peace-building initiatives and platforms that bring together youth representing their countries to identify threats to peace on the continent and devise strategies well in advance before we need peacekeeping missions. I salute initiatives such as African Union Youth Assembly, the Youth for Peace Program, the Youth for Peace Africa Program, and the African Union Continental Framework on Youth, Peace and Security, as well as the concept of African Youth Parliaments. But I want to say that more visibility and actions are expected from these frameworks. In conclusion, building a resilient Africa for sustainable peace and prosperity calls for a heavy involvement of youth as peace builders. We need youth in governance. We need youth in advancing the cause of African continental free trade area. We need youth in advancing bilateral interventions. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for highlighting the need for youth to be part and participants of securing the continent. I'll go back to the audience. Please, we will take audience rules. If we are going to share the conversation, limit yourself to maximum 2 minutes of your intervention.
I'm retired Kanoji Rutaremara, Director of Rwanda Peace Academy, all protocols observed. My question is on Peace Fund and it goes to Dr. Monique. I'm happy to learn that you are almost meeting the target, but my question is, what are the criteria in using or spending this fund? And how do you ensure that this fund is not used in projects that perpetuate conflict? My second question is on a presentation by General Rwivanga. From the little information that I have on Mozambique, there is much more than war fighting. I'm saying so because what the Rwanda Defense Force and the Rwanda National Police are doing, there is one element of fighting the insurgents. But I think since we are talking about building a resilient Africa for sustainable peace and prosperity, at least there is other things that the forces or the security forces are doing. I have, for example, heard of some peace-building elements like security sector, like security sector reform, So if you could shed more light on that, it would help us to understand how actually both the Rwanda Defense Force and the Rwanda National Police are not only fighting and defeating insurgents, but also working in a partnership to build a resilient Africa for sustainable peace. Thank you.
I will go first from the back. So we have agreed with the panels that we come from the students. So give the microphone to at least 2 students and then come back to the front.
Thank you for this opportunity. Good morning to you all. I stand by the protocol already established. My name is Deputy Commissioner Lucia Kawaidwa Kahure from the Namibian Police Force. I'm a student at the Police Senior Command and Staff Course Intake 12. My question actually goes to Dr. Monique. We have seen that the African Continental Free Trade Area is one of the flagship projects of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. My question is, how can African Continental Free Trade Area be effectively implemented in a gradual, inclusive, and equitable manner to maximize economic opportunities and minimize disruption across Africa? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Zange Nodem Cabrel. I'm from Cameroon and I'm a student from ILPD, Institute of Legal Practice, Rwanda. Well, I will first of all say that I much agree with Dr. Sylvester with what he said about giving the power to youth. And I also agree to Mr. Dr. Brian and Dr. Monique, who said that we have to empower ourselves. So I believe that the project was that in the past, Africa didn't have the schools, the institution to be able to train the youth. But this thing has changed. I'm sharing this conference hall today with very elitic and well-knowledgeable people that studied all over the world. These people, I believe it was the first stage, like sending you people to go outside, acquiring all this knowledge, and coming back to create the institution in Africa for us to be able to learn from you guys. And in this light, that was done. Like we're students from ILPD and students from leadership school. I believe that if you guys choose us to be here today, it's because you believe in us, you believe in our potential and our capacities. And in this light, my question is, we cannot be talking about empowering youth, and we need to start here. The good news is that these are the youths. So my question is, what is our role in all this? We want to have a role. I can reform it by saying that, please, dear elders, dear elitic, we are here. You people train us to be conquerors. Here we are trained, well knowledgeable about business, knowledgeable about laws. You said speak English, we're fluently speaking English. You said speak French. On est là, on parle le français. Ça va. You said learn this, and we did that. So my question is, we cannot be talking about empowering youth, talking about reforms, things that has to be done for the future. Here we are, this is the future. So my question is, what is the plan for the future now? We need to discuss about that, and not just discussing, but really putting into place what has to be done. Like, here we are. Here we are.
I'll get one more from the students and then come back to the front.
Thank you, moderator. I'm Superintendent of Police Innocent Nkurunziza from Rwanda National Police, a student of Police Senior Command and Staff Course. My question is about bilateral intervention. Bilateral support operations and interventions have been successful, as was discussed by the General. How can the African continent strengthen such interventions to achieve sustainable peace and development. Thank you.
To the Chief, the Prosecutor General of Rwanda for his remarks.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Mine is a question and is addressed to Dr. Brian Kagoro. And I want to bring in the aspect of justice, because the symposium is on peace, security, and justice. And it is addressed to Dr. Kagoro because he's a Pan-Africanist, but also a lawyer. And it is related to the implementation of Western model of human rights in Africa and in African contexts. And currently the prevailing one being the freedom of expression, but also the issue of human rights and human duties. The issue being the fact that in every country, we find so many NGOs promoting human rights with funding from either Western countries or international organizations. But you will never hear about an NGO promoting human duties. And if you try to do a project in relation to the promotion of human duties, you will get any coin from those organizations or Western countries. And the two aspects are interrelated. Rights being what one wants others to do for him or her, and duties being the acts one should perform for others. So, Dr. Kagoro, what's your assessment of this situation of human rights in Africa and in African context, and what do you think should be done to raise the consciousness of Africans in relation to their human duties? Thank you.
The Commissioner General of Prisons.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Mine is on peacekeeping operations. And it is directed to Dr. Monique. It is on African Union interventions in peacekeeping operations. My names are CG Evariste Morenzi. I'm the Commissioner General of Rwanda Correctional Service and former Force Commander ASIRC. That's why I'm asking the question on African Union intervention. General Ronald was talking about the crisis in Mozambique. There's also crisis in Burkina Faso and in Sudan. But we don't see the role of ASIRC in volunteer nations today. What is the role of ASIRC in peacekeeping operation in Africa? Thank you very much. ASIRC, African Capacity for Immediate Response to Crisis. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. All protocols duly observed. Permit me, Madam Moderator, to start my own comments in reverse order. With your kind permission, the double-edged sword spokesperson of RDF and RMP, as you have clearly demonstrated, you have said positive things about RDF and RMP. Congratulations on that. You didn't fail on your job. You have talked about unilateral and bilateral and multilateral cooperations, and you had clearly demonstrated the successes that you have achieved in Mozambique, but it's on short-term basis because it's highly and very expensive. I want us to share for teaching points because of the participants here that share with us what is the way forward for the long-term basis of sustaining such peace in such type of conflict. You did well for that. Madam, I want to find out from you, if you could share with, because of the sake of the student too, why is it that there is no buy-in from the 53 countries that head of state that has signed the fact, and only 4 were able to ratify such? Is it because of lack of trust? Is it because of political issues? What are the reasons? Something that had been done 6 years ago. In part, some government had already been changed. There are different new governments which they are not even aware. Why is it the head of state will sign something and then it's difficult to ratify it? That is lack of buy-in as far as I'm concerned. Maybe they didn't even understand what they are signing. Finally, sir, Comrade Kagoro, I agree with you with all you have said, only that the issue of us going back, what in terms of forensic, in terms of legal system, in terms of, when you look at it technologically, actually, we are more than 50 years behind. But if you could, as a Pan-Africanist, come up with a solution, as a teaching point for the student too, that what is the way forward? How do we, how can we be able to overcome such a challenge? Because we are far left behind. Is there any way we can use what I always advocate for? Identify your local problems, use local solutions to solve it. Is there any way we can evolve and come up with something that can actually address this issue? That is my take. Madam Moderator, for the sake of teaching points for the participants, I want to tell them something else. The student participants, please, all the time, if you have any comments, questions, or any value addition that will clarify any lectures or any facilitator that had come and give you in your National Police College here, please always process your thought, articulate your points, and marshal it out highest in 2 minutes. I happen to be a directing staff in one of such institutions, and I know the rules. So learn from it. I'm giving you something for free now, as I'm here as a guest of the IG. For IG doing well, so I had to give him, let me give him something, no matter how small. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm coming back to the panelists, and I think to be fair on time, I will not repeat the questions, each of the questions, except if you really want me to remind you some of the questions. But otherwise, most of the questions really reflect on the areas that you discussed on. I want to bring also the question that was on social media. Jackson Nangola asked that, what do you think is the solution when leadership is ignoring domestic problems, especially unemployment, lack of economic opportunities for youth? At times, leaders' attention is more of international focus. And any of you will take that question. I think we'll come from you, Geno, first from you, and then we'll be moving forward this side.
Thank you very much. The first question that was raised, actually it was like an intervention from Colonel retired Jules Taremara on what other approaches do we adopt in our deployment areas that in one way or another bring stability to these areas that we operate in. And I can tell you that once the guns go silent, we begin our work, because among our constitutional roles as the RDF and RNP, we are also mandated to carry out certain socio-economic transformation activities. We support the communities that we seek to protect. And that's because of our operational philosophy. We believe that fighting should just be one component of the whole picture. Stability is what really matters. And therefore, our medical teams are brought to action to deal with medical issues wherever we operate. And so we've done that in all our deployments, both in the UN setup and as well as the bilateral arrangements. So we have done that in Cabo Delgado and Central African Republic. Yesterday we talked about issues that can solve, problems, inherent problems. And some people are talking about food security and unemployment being 85% of the problem in conflict situations. And for that reason, wherever we operate, we partake in acts that contribute to those two very important issues. We build schools, all our deployments. We participate with the local, government authorities to build schools and to, give our small but important contribution in this endeavor. In Darfur, you remember when we were operating there, we actually began a project of, putting up londereza, these stoves that would reduce the amount of deforestation, first of all, because people would use less trees and in providing charcoal, and then also the safety of girls who have to take long distances and are at risk of rape. And so you have to cover that distance by. So there are small approaches in our operational areas that we adopt that are meant to generally improve the conditions on the ground. So that's part of our philosophy. I just wanted to be clear on that. And then there was also a question from a police officer talking about the way forward, our successful bilateral engagement and how they can be supported by the African Union. I'm very happy that we have the AU deputy chair here who can probably tell us how much they can add to our pockets in order for us to be able to to engage successfully. And we have someone who was in the African economic architecture, Dr. Donald Kaberuka, who is also here. Is it possible for such undertakings to be financed, or you want to go for economic projects? So all these questions should be asked. But anyway, the clear picture is that when you succeed on the ground, people come for you and they will finance you. We succeeded on the ground and the EU came. So that's bilateral interventions on justified cause, on a justified cause, will be financed whether you like it or not. Terrorism is a global threat. So who will refuse to finance an undertaking that is dealing with terrorism? So that one will come naturally, and it has so far. So the African Union should join the EU to provide the requisite resources. Okay? So, and I think there was a third question that was asked by the DIG from Nigeria, right? And it was more or less connected to what we discussed again, the way forward for sustaining peace. And to finance, our biggest challenge is finance. Everything else, we have the will, we have the capacity, but to sustain the process, to support the nation that has requested for support effectively, there must be two things we should do. Generate internally the requisite resources to sustain the forces. We have to support the host nation to be able to generate resources for the forces to be able to maintain themselves on the ground. The second is, of course, externally generated, which I probably covered in the previous question. But I must state this because I was asked by a certain general from the UK Defence College during their last visit that doesn't Rwanda have economic interests in all these interventions that we make in the Central African Republic and Mozambique? And I sarcastically asked that is there anything wrong with having economic partnerships with any nation on the African continent, including those that we are supporting? Is there anything wrong? I think that's what should be done. We should actually work with all the countries on the continent, have trade links, have flights of Rwanda going there, have a lot of exchanges in terms of education and skills exchange. This is what we are supposed to do. In fact, we should have done it yesterday. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Deputy Commissioner, I think you will come on whether the Peace Fund is not going to foster conflict. And then on the FAT, you said in Ghana they call it FATA, and whether the gradual inclusion and maximization raised by the Deputy Commissioner Lucian, and then the last question that was raised on why presidents sign and only 4 countries ratify in 6 years.
Yeah, thank you. I think I have something common with police. Some people, when they want to address me, they say DCP, Deputy Chairperson, but most of the time they say DPC. So, so I'm somewhere Deputy Police Commander of sorts. Yeah. Actually, to your point on the incentives that we have to put in place, the FCFTA even is supposed to be reinforcing conditions of peace and stability, because indeed we will be having a vested interest in what we are building. And when we don't have a vested interest, we don't even have a keen interest in protecting whatever is there. So it was just adding to your point of saying we should be encouraging that actually we make it very costly for us to really afford to go to war or other situations. So coming back on the question on Peace Fund, as I mentioned, we have already kind of the initial endowment of $400 million. The criteria for deployment of such, it's also an issue that from last year, member states, the 55, have started actually deliberating on policies of how you disburse it and also how you replenish it. On replenishing, it's also a tug of war because, you have to look for other sources because member states are kind of like, they have done their immediate contribution. They may not be ready to keep adding more soon, but also defining what is allowed and what is not allowed. Allowed activities, they include mediation and preventive diplomacy to kind of try and abort boiling situations before they get out of hand. It includes also capacitating the regional blocs like EAC, like SADC and others, because they are closer to the centers of challenges, so that they may be in a position, first of all, to put in place programs that are preventive in nature, but also how they can also tackle the situations before they escalate. It has also a mandate to do some peace support operations, but on very limited conditions. One, recognizing that peace support operations, peacekeeping is the mandate of the UN, because that's the responsibility, and we all are members of the UN. By the way, the UN reluctantly approved that resolution to start at least contributing through assessed contributions of member states to the tune of 75%, while 25% they are undertaking to mobilize it globally, I don't know from where, which, by the way, is also waiting to be implemented. But that is what it is, recognizing that responsibility of the UN, but also not standing there to wait until the UN will just decide. And when they decided maybe time to deploy, things could be getting already worse. So in that circumstances, also the Peace Fund is mandated to chip in. We are now at the piloting phase of it. And also, we have started implementing what we call the Crisis Reserve Facility, which is allowing us to intervene quickly when it's needed. So we are able now to disburse resources when needed in 3 days. And we have already started supporting through this facility for the last couple of years. And for next year, we have an allowance of 10 million. This year, I think we had an allowance of 7 or something like that. Previously, 5 million, of which the chairperson can call on when there is an emergency. So through this, we are going also to support some of the already ongoing, including Mozambique, Cabo Delgado, and others. We supported, unfortunately, the EAC to the situation in the eastern part of Congo, which unfortunately they withdrew a few weeks or months after we have already disbursed. So they are asking for that. We support SADC again, but we have also protocols as to how you report before you intervene again. So we are piloting also projects that are under the mainstream of the fund that are also contributing to a number of things. But I must also be frank with you that in this piloting, we are learning a lot, and we might come back to the drawing board to adjust a few things depending on what we should be doing and what we shouldn't be doing, so that this Peace Fund is a tool that is going to work for us. So we hope that it's going to sustain peace as opposed to financing projects that are going to perpetuate it. We are also thinking about how can it be also supporting in post-conflict reconstruction, because it's not like clear cut in the book of the Peace Fund, and is it also going to go like education or others, the root causes? It's not yet clear cut. So it's still being piloted, and we'll continue to hear also what member states wish, because they are the owners also to adjust or calibrate in that process. On the FCFTA, indeed, the agreement is implemented through protocols for making it more equitable and inclusive. We are the only FCFTA that has protocols that are specific to facilitating youth, women, SMEs in a very deliberate and legally enforceable manner. So we have a protocol on women and youth in trade that is also granting rights to youth and women protection as they participate. So that is also to make it more inclusive and more customized to the situation, because most of what we are talking about of those who are going to be benefiting from it are actually plus 90% SMEs, 90% informal, and of which many women and youth. But also, member states are negotiating, and they make offers of what they can afford in terms of tax lines that are going to be under the agreement. And we have a fund that is also compensating those countries that are losing in this process. And this fund, by the way, is also, how do you call it, hosted here in Rwanda, of which Afrexim Bank and others are putting money in this facility so that we can try and be equitable to countries as they participate, and they may not be benefiting in the short run, but in the long run, everyone is benefiting. Maybe a comment on the question you posed. What I know about this, especially the AU standby force, it's been something that is there since, I don't know, maybe before I was born. And yet not implemented. The Peace and Security Council, which celebrated the 20 years last week, is one of the things that they are trying now to operationalize through models of it started initially with the models of REX and regional mechanisms. But member states are still negotiating, but we are heading there. At least the critical minimum numbers we needed for regional search to be operational, we have now hit it. So I'm sure that in the next few sittings of the Peace and Security Council, maybe they are going to come up with how they are going to come up with a decision for policy organs to start activating this. We have a logistical support, kind of based equipment and whatever, but this mechanism really has delayed. And you see that its negotiations are protracted because countries, again, sometimes it's a collaboration, cooperation, but sometimes there's also other things chipping in, and that cannot make always the cooperation that smooth. Why 4 countries only ratified the protocol on free movement of persons? I believe, maybe I haven't done a study. Of course, there are reports that have been issued by the relevant subcommittees that are observing this. But my guess would be a combination of things. One, we generally have an issue of domestication as African Union member states. When a framework has been approved, it's not given that it's going to be domesticated automatically. So we have to run a campaign to make sure that domestication through national laws also happen, and all the facilities that go with operationalizing such. But they might also be technical solutions. We know most of our countries, they don't even have IDs. They may not even knowing who is a citizen and who is not. They may not necessarily having smart IDs. They may not have technologies that are interoperable to manage borders. Maybe, I think this is an area that is so specialized to the security institutions. Maybe you may know better what is the challenge. When you interact, we can ask, the Nigeria DIG is out. I was going to ask him, like, for Nigeria, why haven't you ratified? Are you even aware that such a protocol exists? You might find that there is a disconnect somewhere, but there might also be very practical, pragmatic, and genuine reasons, which we have still to work around and find a solution to. To finish, maybe just a comment to our youth, our brother at the back. Yes, he said we are here. So now, what is on the table now? I would say that by the way, the youth is really participating and being already contributing, including through peace and security. We have now Youthwise, we have other mechanisms that are mobilizing the youth. We have now a youth envoy that is now who is now actively engaging the youth, not just for advocacy but also for action. I believe I just mentioned FCFTA is for the youth. We have a protocol that is mandating protecting rights of youth in the FCFTA. I believe there is already, we are already on the move. And what we need is more engagement, more dialogue between governments and citizens, especially the youth. I agree with our brother who presented the case for really youth-centered approaches. Thank you.
If you may, Dr. Monique, also speak to the question that we had online. What do you think is the solution when leadership is ignoring domestic problems, especially unemployment, lack of economic opportunities for the youth, and at times leaders' attention is more of an international focus?
That's a huge allegation. I don't know if to what extent that can be a general or generalized or anyway. But generally his concern is that indeed we still have a huge gap in terms of making our policies work for the youth. And we still have high rates of unemployment in many countries, some even on an increasing trend as opposed to even being managed. What we know is that every government, they're trying their level-based, maybe due to reasons that Comrade Kagoro mentioned. We might be having also some challenges internally and also globally that are affecting situations. What we need also to emphasize is the role of engaging the private sector, because government, public sector is not going to create job opportunities for all the graduates or every young person, every woman or man out that we have on the continent. So that's why putting emphasis on programs like infrastructure development, like industrialization, like doing business so that you have more investments and more opportunities created by the private sector is another opportunity. But also our countries have, in a way, genuine challenges, especially given the macroeconomic situation, the fiscal policy space that is also challenging so many countries, issues of debt and so on and so forth. So it can be a general comment. I don't know to what extent I can say that our leaders are not focusing on the youth. As a matter of fact, that when you listen them speak, they really mean supporting the youth, but we might not be doing enough. That's a fact. And we still need to continue collaborating and also harnessing everyone's contribution, not just governments, and include mainly also the role of the private sector. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I think Dr. Comrade Kagolo will come through that because at some point he said the citizens are failing the leaders, and that relationship that kind of came up. I would like you also to address the question raised by Dr. Ronzen on the consciousness and the allegation that the middle class are traitors or the educated Africans are traitors. And of course, I would like you to come back to the education element, because when you link what Dr. Lonzen was saying and some more of the questions and the intervention of our discussant, and you also mentioned elements on the education system that we have on the continent, I would also like that you come back to the very interesting question of the PG on understanding and funding our human rights, at the same time our civic duties, but he called it human duties that we have. And I think you should link that also with the question of the student in ILPD, Zange, who said, we are here, we speak French, we speak English. I think to contextualize that, to bring the right ownership between leadership and the citizenship is partly what most of these questions are coming from. When you're done on that question, I'm going to bring in the general on when do the youth start feeling it's their duty and responsibility. Because I think when we also make that discussion, often we assume that people who made differences made it at an older age. So how do we have the right mindset in the youth from the onset? Not necessarily from the education point of view, but from the ownership and responsibility point of view. Dr. Kagolo.
You have to join me in laughing. You know, importing legal and other principles can leave you so confused. In every African constitution's first constitution, if you take the first constitution after the genocide here and everywhere, Article 350 of the Venezuelan Constitution, Article 65 of the Thailand Constitution, every single one of those constitutions had one right, which was similar to Article 25 of the German Grundnorm, and a similar article in the American Constitution, and a similar article in the 1790 Declaration of the Rights of Man. Do you know what that article was? It was the right of citizens to rebel against a government that does not live up to the expectations or uphold the collective interest of the nation. Number two, it was the duty to disobey an order which requires you to do something unethical, immoral, or against the dignity and rights of the country. Now what has happened? Fast forward, the citizens started rebelling against governments that were largely externally focused, looting their economies, whether or not they were elected. Because some of them, General, were stealing elections. You and I know this, that the elections were neither free, fair, legitimate, or remotely transparent. It was charades. We're recycling thieving elites who were living half the time out in Europe, investing everything they were stealing out in Europe. Now the problem we had was, we tell these young people, you have to be law-abiding, because the law says the government is elected. And the African Union realized this. This is why the amendment to the Malabo Protocol added various other things to define unconstitutional change of government going beyond people on the streets or soldiers saying, we have not been paid for long. The president's son has bought 5 Lamborghinis and is partying with some white girlfriends out in Spain. Basic officers who are out in the front fighting terrorists have not received their salary for a single month. Now I'm happy to tell soldiers, obey lawful orders, stay in the barracks, don't get involved in politics. But someone must tell the politicians that stealing is treason. Members of the disciplined force, like citizens, if we are reforming governance, cannot be expected to suffer longer whilst others live on heaven on earth. No, 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 no. That cannot be the sort of African governance. There will not be peace and security based on this lie that others have a right to eat and the rest have a right to silence. Right? Silence. Eating is in progress. Or silence. And then you then come to some of the elites, deputy chair. You know, you say, but the things happening in your country, what do you think about them? And they say, hey, Aki, it's bad manners to talk whilst you are eating. So they are silent, observing table manners. What we now have are rebellions constructed out of greed, neglect, and indifference of the elite. So it is correct. Sorry, I cannot be diplomatic. It is not my duty to be diplomatic. Pan-Africanism is not diplomatic. As black people, we were so, we spent half our time obeying rules. Now, here's the thing. I have a lot of time criticizing what Europeans and Americans and the Asians and others do to destroy our sovereignty. That we must never neglect doing. However, I would be dishonest if I did not focus that the discontent of the youth, their sense of exclusion, is the very fact that our local elite, political, bureaucratic, economic, and etc., have spent half their time disemboweling the state, taking out the honey, whilst the people are on the margins. All they're asking for is a little salt, a little bread, a little something to sustain their soul. So who said some people's children must always suffer and your own must come and show off to the suffering with Lamborghinis? The state of perpetual revolution and underdevelopment is also linked to the state of decadence and lack of political consciousness and basic compassion in the leadership in some of our African countries. So whilst I want to spend all my time building political consciousness in the youth to understand the rich heritage of Pan-Africanism, the rich possibilities of us self-developing, I think the most politically unconscious by practice are those in most of our country's leadership. Because if they were conscious by having read book, they are not conscious by practice. Because it is not, you cannot be Pan-Africanist by making a great speech at the African Union and then come back and steal all your country's wealth. I mean, my brother, I don't want to put you under pressure. But, one time I started talking to people who were reporting to my brother who were supporting African countries with legal instruments to try and get better deals out of mining. So we started auditing. Some minister in a country not too far from here was paid $300,000 for mining rights for people to get between 3 billion and 40 billion per month. So my friends, we say there is no youth employment, we have a debt problem. I see the debt problem. When we borrow money, what are we paying for? The lavish lifestyles of the thieves. If we had borrowed all the money that we had borrowed and we were building factories, and our problems were that the factories are not functioning optimally because we don't have enough trained managers, pharmacists, and etc., I would understand. Right now, anybody who studies science, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, in most of our countries, is only likely to find a decent job outside this continent. Because, why? We're not investing in the sort of institutions, factories, and industrialization processes that would make STEM subjects relevant. Now, many of you said private sector. I come from the private sector originally. I'd like to just acknowledge, and I acknowledge out of respect, that most of the private sector in many African countries is really government senior ministers who at the point of privatization, privatize the private, and they are the owners. And then they are simply fronts for Western interests. Say no if you want, and I'll produce evidence. Right? So when we say private sector-led growth, the people are saying, Tuko sawa tu. You know, we are not going to go this direction because you are asking us to give the thieves more money. So friends, if we are going to have a private sector, it needs to be not only patriotic but competent. It needs to be indigenous. It needs to be locally owned, and it needs to leverage the internet.
Sorry, I wanted you to bring you back to the discussion, because that's actually what Lonzen asked. How do you create the consciousness? And we are this panel is about way forward moving.
Yeah,
how do we create the right
I was going to come to that. Sorry, I took long. Let me be brief. So first things first, I was suggesting to you that it's pointless making the youth conscious if the adults are going to undermine the value of consciousness or patriotism by their very conduct. Because the figures that we gave about median age, the median age of leadership in Africa is 64. Can I say that again? The median age overall for young people is 19. But the median age of leadership is 64. Now, in most countries, the number of people above the age of 64 is less than 4% of the population. And that 4% of the population controls 80% of power in our countries. Right. So in a sense, there are ways of doing political consciousness. The first way of doing political consciousness is through the education system. But I wanted to suggest to you, Madam Chair, you've heard me say this before. The fastest growing industry in our countries has been religion. Let me repeat. The fastest growing industry in all our countries has been religion, the faith sector. Now, you do consciousness in school, they undo it in church. So I have a suggestion. It is for government and for the faith sector and others to work around what is it that we're trying to build, what kind of citizens. Because on average, religious entities gather 65% of the population 4 times a week, every week. Even the most effective politician is not able to do that. In some countries, a single religious leader gathers between 30 to 60,000 people in a stadium 3 times a week. And the government has to pay young people to come to a meeting like this because they need facilitation to travel. But those religious leaders get paid by the poor. I'm not knocking on them. So if we can find out what makes poor people pay to go to see these religious leaders, and I will avoid, for purposes of peace and security, calling any of them fraudulent or false or manipulative. I'll just simply call them religious leaders. But the poor go and they pay. Even your grandmother, your great-grandmother pays. So the consciousness we need to build is together with those that control mass opinion on a regular basis. Otherwise, everything we're doing, curricula only interacts with your child on a subject less than 3 hours in a month or a week. But religion interacts with the same child and with you too, more than 8 hours in a week. Our countries in Africa cannot transform mindsets or consciousness, political consciousness, without dealing with the question of transformative approaches to religion, to faith, and to theology. Many people may balk at this. Is this about states interfering in religion? No, but religion is producing for us politicians. Religion is producing for us business people. Religion is producing for us lecturers. And these people are not going to lecture outside the comforts of their religious base. So I want to suggest religion is a key side of struggle. And I want to suggest, too, that I'm tired now of people. You know, I went back to various law schools to attempt to teach. And I realized they were still using the same notes that I used more than 30 years ago, you know, with a little upgrade, with a reference to an article from an Oxford journal. But we're still teaching the colonial way. We're taking a child and telling the child, you are going to be a lawyer. So he learns law. The person leaves the law school totally literate, but fundamentally ignorant. Let me repeat. Totally literate, but fundamentally ignorant. I want to suggest that we need to break The silos built in our education system, where we tell you are going to be an anthropologist, you are only going to be a pharmacist, you are only going to be a lawyer, you are only going to be an economist. Transdisciplinary learning is the essence of what will transform our countries. It will not benefit us over the next 10 to 15 years to produce pure lawyers who know all law forms, who don't understand technology, who don't understand biology, who don't understand pharmacy, who don't understand. We need inter and multidisciplinary learning so that children can get into school and learn. If you are studying law, you can learn economics. If you are studying law, you can learn engineering. If you are studying engineering, you can learn law. It is high time we realize that the heritage of education, it's not only its lack of fitness for the market as is today, it's also, Madam Chair, I need to say this, and I hope someone will hear me in this room. The countries that are leading in manufacturing of goods that we use every day, of technology that we use every day, are not Germany, Britain, France, and America. It's China, India, Turkey, South Korea, and etc. And if you ask us where we are sending our students, spending lots of money for fellowship and scholarships, we are still sending them to the past. That's why they come back with good French, good English, and sometimes even good Spanish. And they cannot produce anything. Electrical engineer can't fix light bulb. Lawyer can't fix a basic legal problem. Fundamentally, I'm saying, let's not only look west, let's look east, south, and look at each other for producing a holistic education that is fit for AFCFTA. And on AFCFTA, Madam Chair, I just want to make a small point. When we say Africa is 5% of global trade and etc., we need to remember who trades when Africa trades. And a lot of the time, the trade we count is trade by big foreign companies that have domiciled themselves on the continent. And it is important to bridge that gap because this is about solutions. Laws were pushed by the Africa Development Bank, the African Union, and others on local content to support value addition. Now, local content and value addition simply means when big industries set up, as we are on our trajectory towards industrialization, local producers should become part of the supply chain, right? Now, what have we done? And I need to say this until the UN gets upset with me. As a former UN employee, I keep telling people, I was part of the lying industry that kept telling people, those statistics you are using, Professor, by 2050, 75% of Africans will be living in urban areas. And I keep saying the only reason why that will become true is because we are not investing in the rural sector. And let me repeat, the majority of conflicts generated by extractive industries or generated by land grabbing or generated by the battle over water are not urban conflicts. Those battles are happening in the rural areas. Now I understand why I was part of those miseducated elites who kept on saying by 2050, 75% of Africans will be living in urban areas. I was preparing our people to leave the land, to leave the rivers, to leave the water, to leave the organic food, to come into town so that those who were coming with money to take it, to invest for their own countries could come. Here is the revolution, Madam Chair, in our industry. We've got to make rural development not an afterthought to cure poverty. We've got to imagine our industrialization as anchored on local economic and microeconomic as well as macroeconomic development in the rural sector. If we don't do that, we will not reform rural district council laws and institutions. Our most incompetent or least capacitated and least resourced of the national local government architecture will be the rural district councils. And because they are not that sophisticated in most of our countries, it's easier for big industries and big people who are coming to grab land, grab wildlife and stuff to corrupt them. That is where we fight from a base. And our base is we cannot be handing over our natural resources, our land, our water, and etc., and only training our young people to become good French and English speakers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. On the issue of youth empowerment, I must start by being a little bit more optimistic than Mr. Kagoro. For obvious reasons, I agree with everything he says, but we must also be very realistic in understanding the different contexts in which we operate. Our country being one of those examples, and again, I don't want to be appearing as though I'm being too positive, but on the issue of medium age, in the army we don't have 64. They get out as soon as they clock 60. Okay? So you won't have leaders who are 64 in our military. And, we've had one of the best generals being released at 60. So at least we don't have that problem in the military. So our youth have been given the opportunity to participate in military activities. I believe police too. And these are the people who are in the jungles of Cabo Delgado currently. The youth in their 30s and late 20s. So we are doing our part and I think this applies also at the national level in our country. I think there is a general drive to get the old men who are tired to go and take an advisory role and give the opportunity for young ministers of ICT and RDB and all that to come and take up these spaces. So it's not all gloom and doom, as was very eloquently put by Mr. Kagoro. There are some things that are being done at different levels to engage the youth and make them more productive. And I think in our own situation, it has actually worked. There has not been failure in that direction, because I believe that the youth are actually more pragmatic in getting things done. Another thing I should say about investments, bringing people from abroad to invest in our country. If I took the approach that Mr. Kagoro has eloquently put, and we say we should not really over-engage with external players in building our nations, or we should engage cautiously, that is obvious. We have to be cautious. If we tell our citizens to move from rural sectors and go to towns, to communal areas, to release land for mechanized agriculture, I think the way the government does it matters. If it is done for corporations that are abroad running the show, then it is wrong. It has to be owned by the state. It has to be managed by the state. It can be privatized, but managed by the state. If it's not managed, then there is a problem. There's a fundamental problem. And all these nations that have developed, from the United States to Germany to the Asian tigers, trust me, external investments were involved. Big external investments were involved. So make no mistake, we need international partnership. We need cautious governance in order for us to succeed in building our internal capacity. I just wanted to add that. Thank you very much.
Well, we are left with very few minutes. I can only take one question. If the person taking the question will not go lower than above 1.5 minutes. And if that is taken successfully, I'll take 2. I'll take one from here and one from the back.
Thank you, Chair. My question goes to the DPC, DCP. Wanted to know, how do you utilize the Committee of the Wise in maintaining peace prosperity in Africa. That's one. Two, when or why don't you table the ratification of the memorandums signed by the presidents and appears in African Union meeting every other time, so that you remind these heads of states that they have a job to do which has not been done.
Thank you.
Three, Brigadier Vanga.
Thank you. Can we take those two? The conversation would continue out of the room. I'll take one more question in the back.
The rest is military service for those finishing secondary school.
Thank you so much. My name is Michael Thorn. I'm from South Sudan, but I came from ILPD. My question is direct to the spokesperson. You have spoke of your experience in different countries with RDF. In your own critical analysis, if you compare the bilateral agreement impact on those countries that you have visited with the role of the United Nations in the other countries, I'm talking on the security base, which one do you prefer that will be effective and sustainable without considering the cost of the security that is also involved? Second question, when you look at it, most of the African countries, you will discover that most of the youth, there are some stages whereby the youth is almost getting tired of the government because of mismanagement. But because of the threat from the security organs, youth are tied down in the houses without going against the government. To me, it seems like the security personnel are more loyal to the government, especially the leaders, than the states. What is your takes on that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll come back to the panelists. We have 5 minutes to close, and I'll start with the general to end with the questions that were raised, and then you will also do your closing remarks there.
Yes. So the questions that there's one about enrollment in the military for secondary school graduates. We are doing that. We have a cadet course that takes in people who have finished secondary school every year, up to 500. We have engineers, we have science students, doctors who are going for cadet courses. But we also have an opportunity for others who have not necessarily finished their secondary school, but who have the capacity, the requisite capacities to undertake basic military training in NATO. So we do that. We actually capture as many as, at least we are very pragmatic in getting the youth to join the defense forces at different levels. Yeah, so that is in regard to the question of finishing secondary school. On the issue, a very good question by the student from Sudan. He says from South Sudan. A very good question. You said, you asked me to do a critical analysis of the UN approach to peacekeeping operations versus our bilateral engagements in different countries. And what I can say in simple terms is that a blended approach is the most effective approach. And I don't want to sound very political about it, but like the moderator very efficiently concluded my presentation by summarizing that actually it is important for us to move very fast to deal with the problem using a bilateral engagement, to deal with the problem very fast. But we need multilateral partners to come and keep that peace. Okay? So in the case of Mozambique, and Central African Republic, the proof is in the pudding. Our forces were able to repulse the CPC, which the UN forces were not mandated to do. But after that, they are keeping the peace, okay? And they are financing the process. They are helping in state recovery and state security. Our UN force itself is even involved in protecting state authority at the residence and at the home of the president, and you know. So there is a lot that the UN can also do as an entity if we blend the two. And so it's not either or. I believe it's both. Thank you very much. And to conclude,
yes,
so that I don't have to come back, I thank you very much for inviting me to this forum. And I would want to conclude our discussion by saying that the military and the police are engaged in pragmatic ways of ensuring security beyond the realm of fighting wherever we deploy. And this is something we are going to continue because it is in our operational philosophy. So we will always work with you. And I will use a quote from Thucydides, when he said that, okay, if the fighting is done, if scholars do not work with warriors in solving contemporary issues, then the fighting will be done by fools, and the thinking will be done by cowards. I rest my case.
Thank you. I hope we are neither fools nor cowards in this room.
Absolutely.
I'm going to invite Comrade Kagoro to just speak on who is telling us and who is sponsoring our duties, our knowledge on the rights and our duties, and then to conclude as well. I will be very strict in terms of time.
Okay. The question of human rights sponsorship and whether or not it's collective rights and responsibilities or individual rights and individuation is a bit of a chicken and egg situation. Professor Issa Shifji has done a wonderful book. It's titled Human Rights in Africa, Volume 2. You can get it online. In essence, I think the question really is what rights are not sponsored? Because the rights that are not sponsored are rights around the big socio-economic questions, except now this question of climate change, because there is money for the externals in carbon trading and in just transition. So there's a lot of money now going into climate change related rights advocacy. But anyone who's doing the rights contesting the mass grabbing of land and other deep socioeconomic matters, there's not that much money. Individual rights, Issa Shifji argues, carry a historical cultural baggage, which is a Western cultural baggage. But I don't want to get into an ideological simplisticness that dismisses all rights as non-universal, non-indivisible, because that's actually what autocrats have used, right? When you have an objection to weaponization of human rights by the Western world, the extreme has been a total negation of human rights by some leaders and some demagogues and etc. Now, this is not a position, and I'm glad that I'm sitting in a country where there's a realization of the balance, right? But in most countries, so we all, as we speak about this, have to be careful that the weaponization must be contested, because you cannot use culturally laden interpretation of rights in order to punish some, reward some, and ignore others. And at the same time, we should be allowed to privilege our own collective rights and obligations that you carry. Being African means if you take Ubuntu or Utu, or whatever it is, it says, I am because you are. We owe obligations of mutuality and reciprocity to each other. Now, let me go to just one small clarification, Madam, on FDI. General, my point, which I was trying to make, is this. there is no way we are going to industrialize without making investment in local economies, in rural economies, number one. But if you bring foreign investors, you need strong local content laws that enable locals to supply the value chain. Otherwise, what will happen? A big investor comes from outside. They import toilet paper, screws, and everything from outside. So that doesn't nourish the local economy. It also doesn't create the industrial base. What happens is you have short-term prosperity. So in essence, it is not an anti-FDI. But just to also caution when we use Germany, Germany got over 75 million, 375 million of the Marshall Fund. Marshall Fund was not FDI. Marshall Fund was a concessionary loan to develop. Then the last point is on when we're developing these economies, we need to think about creating sustainable economies means backward, forward, downward linkages. Now those backward, forward, downward linkages relate to education as well. And so it's important that when we're looking at the forward linkages, at the backward linkages, and the downward linkages, we don't think only of top-level tertiary education. We think of vocational education, but other forms of education that may not necessarily be numeracy and literacy, but that enable people to participate and enter the economy. My concluding remark is this. Governance is not a luxury for this continent. What needs to be bridged in this continent is the gap that exists between its most educated people, its academic institutions, its private sector, its governments, and the generality of the citizenry. The history of suspicion amongst these different entities is what generates political instability and allows others to divide and conquer. To manufacture this, every citizen must feel they are treated with respect, with dignity, that they can access opportunities in their country and beyond. I am not persuaded, Madam Chair, that any single country, including Rwanda, can create enough opportunities for its young people solely within its own borders. This is why, if we had told all Europeans and all Chinese to go back to China and to Europe and to create opportunities for their young people and business only in China, they would have collapsed. The longer we take to integrate, the poorer we become. And there will be no exceptionalism. Tajuddin Abdul Rahim said, it won't matter that one of our countries is heaven, and the others are in hell. Because ultimately, the hell will influence. So there will be no Rwandan exceptionalism, South African exceptionalism, and the South Africans know this. You don't fix governance in your neighbor's governance challenge ends up being your problem. And that's why I think what this conference is about domestic, regional, and global governance reforms necessary to sustain peace, but also to sustain sustainable wealth creation and eradication of poverty. Thank you.
Thank you. The longer we stay and united, the poorer we become. Dr. Monique, your closing remarks.
Yes, thank you so much. As I close, a response to the question on the Committee of the Wise. Committee of the Wise is one of mechanisms that we have. We have also FemWise and the Youth Wise, as I mentioned, recently introduced. These mechanisms are also leveraged, first of all, to harvest best practices and peer learning among countries, and also bring them to the table, like Peace and Security Council and others, but also widely used in preventive diplomacy. On ratification, indeed, we have a standing committee that is following this, and also we are now running a huge campaign through our legal counsel to actually advertise or kind of raise the visibility on who has ratified what, so that if you are a younger government, maybe some past mistakes were made, or lack of institutional memory or anything, at least you don't have excuse. So we are reinforcing this so that we can see if we can accelerate. But we also rely on also raising awareness of the citizen and the people who need these instruments to also be exercising pressure. We are also, through the Pan-African Parliament, are going to be actively working on this so that those MPs are also kind of back home trying to enhance advocacy around the issue of ratification. Now, my departing shot. We have discussed the situation of the continent, which can be perceived as a glass half empty or half full, depending which perspective you choose to go by. However, we all know that we are only stronger together. And no one out there is actually has the obligation to care for us. If they have to come up with pressure, geopolitical or otherwise, to maintain their survival, then we can't continue blaming them. So we also have to realize that indeed we are on that battle and survival is going to be for the fittest, so we better be prepared. And we better also clean our narrative. You mentioned the faith industry. And believing actually is very strong construct. You end up being what you believe. So if we keep verbalizing that Africa is in bad situation, our youth, the government is ignoring the youth, yet we know where youth actually is being given opportunities to grow and serve and contribute, then we should be cleaning our narrative, keep a Pan-Africanist kind of narrative that is uplifting the image of the continent while knowing that you mentioned in your previous, is it transparency is not nakedness? So we know some of the things that are yet to be fixed, but we shouldn't keep actually overemphasizing on those. Can we be also keeping emphasizing on those that are working? Create a virtuous circle instead of a vicious one, and try to be kind of gradually improving as we also keep cleaning the dirty linen or kitchen or whatever. Because we have, and no country is actually clean like white clean. So there is always that duty that we owe ourselves to also improve on the narrative and keep hope that actually we are getting there and it will become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I invite you to join me in appreciating the panelists, I'm just going to mention the reflections that I've had on this panel. We have been reminded, and I'll use the things that I understand better on Rwanda. I am going to localize the discussion. So for Rwanda, there has been strategic choices. We have understood the power of distraction, the power of discrimination. Everyone can attest to that. It's no longer just a Rwandan story, it's a human story. But my president often reminds us of the strategic choices that we made. Any choice, any situation that we have, if we choose to stay together and find common interests, we are stronger together. I think that was highlighted on this panel. Stronger together in terms of interventions, stronger together in terms of partnership, but defining the results of the partnership. The second element, people have rotated around. The elites have been called traitors. The leaders have been called thieves. And in Rwanda, we have chosen to hold ourselves accountable. And that brings in a certain level of sanity to oppose the insanity earlier cited. And third, which was really the biggest part of this discussion, is forward-looking. Despite the past, as a country, we have chosen to think big and look far. And we have chosen to go beyond our geographical, economical, social, and cultural limitations. And if it has paid to a given extent to us, it has made a difference. And I want to personalize this part of the discussion. Earlier, they quoted many other constitutions, and I want to quote mine. One of the best articles that I love in this constitution, Article 48. It's called Participation in the Development of the Country. It has 3 paragraphs, but I will just quote 2 as I end. The state has the duty to put in place development strategies for its citizens. And I hope the people in this room have understood that the African Continental Free Trade Area is one of those strategies that our governments are putting together to enable and enhance us. But the second is a personal responsibility that we all have. It states all Rwandans have the duty to participate in the development of the country through their dedication to work, safeguard peace, democracy, equality, and social justice, as well as to participate in the defense of their country. And I hope that as we discuss through this conference, our duty was to participate in the defense of our continent. I want to invite you now to join me in thanking a very able panelist that I had. And as earlier said, I also want to appreciate and thank the Rwanda National Police and the leadership of this college for the opportunity to be challenged, to learn, and to look forward. In these rooms, yesterday I said, I'm not yet sure if I'm moving out wiser, but each day when I reevaluate, I realize that my knowledge, my understanding, and often my commitment are greater every time I get this kind of access. We appreciate the opportunity and the chances. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We want to thank our own moderator for keeping us.
Let's thank this panel and the moderator, Dr. Usta Kaitesi. The Deputy Chairperson of the AU Commission, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, panel 1 is over. We are now going to break for lunch. We'll reconvene again here at 2 p.m. The place for lunch is the same, towards the left in the big tent. Thank you very much. The Deputy Chair of the African Union Commission, the Inspector General of Police, Rwanda National Police, the Governor, Northern Province, the Prosecutor General, National Public Prosecution Authority, heads of defense, security, and law enforcement organs, RDF, NISS, and RCS, the Commandant, National Police College, distinguished guests, panelists, moderators, participants to this symposium, welcome to this last session of the symposium that will be followed by the closing ceremony. This last session is going to start with panel 4. Panel 4 that will discuss or explore in a form of fireside chat about how ready or how prepared Africa is. After that session, we shall have a wrap-up. And after the wrap-up, we shall listen to the closing remarks by the chief guest, after which a group photograph will be taken. Thereafter, we shall share a cup of coffee as we mark the end of this symposium. Now, without further ado, I would like to call upon panel 4, which will be moderated by Ms. Isabel Masozera. Before I invite her to take the stage, allow me to acquaint you with her resume. Isabel Lydia Masozera is a force for positive change, driven by a passion for empowering women and promoting holistic wellness. With over 15 years of experience in communications, public relations, and journalism, she has established herself as a trusted advisor and strategic storyteller. Isabel is the founder and CEO of Masozera Africa, a thriving community uniting women across Africa, and Rubicon, a PR, communications, events management, and digital software development firm that has worked with, advised, and handled national, international, government, and private institutions in Rwanda, Uganda, and Kenya. Outside of her executive positions, Isabel is a seasoned keynote speaker and MC, stroke moderator, who uses her expertise to facilitate meaningful conversations. Her ability to navigate complex dialogues while exploring different viewpoints with depth and breadth has earned her the trust of prominent figures, including heads of state and thought leaders. From interviewing President Paul Kagame of Rwanda to moderating high-profile events like the Time 100 Summit in Africa, Isabel's career is marked by a commitment to influencing positive change. Her dedication to building a more empowered and well-supported future for women continues to inspire others across the continent and beyond. Please join me to welcome Ms. Masozera.
Good afternoon. It is very intimidating when someone has to read your bio all the way to the end. Thank you so much. I want to start by really thanking the Rwanda National Police and the leadership of the National Police Academy for this opportunity. It is my second time to do this, to have the honor of experiencing this symposium. And last year, I did ask that you keep my name on the chair because I don't intend to stop coming. Thank you so much for doing that. When I walked in, I sat at the back and I was told, your seat is at the front. You have to take your seat, so thank you so much for that. Now, before we begin and get into this session, I want to thank the moderators that came before me and the panelists who did an incredible job. We explored a couple of topics. And the first topic we looked at was the global peace and security trends. We learned so much from that, Africa's peace and security landscape, honing in on the issues as well as responses, and building a resilient Africa for sustainable peace and prosperity. We had a forward-looking perspective. I now have the privilege of moderating our closing session, I believe, and our focus is going to be on answering a very important question. How prepared, how ready is Africa? We don't want to talk at you, we want to talk with you. So I will invite you to pen down a couple of ideas. We'll do our best to take a very short time during this session so we have a bit of time, unlike previous sessions, to get some views from the audience. What we will attempt to do during this session is to bring together the key themes and insights we've garnered through the symposium. We will unpack, like I said, Africa's readiness. We'll look at the challenges from building sustainable peace and security to economic integration, but we'll also extensively now have the final moment to explore emerging threats. And I've seen some prominent figures in this room, elders that I respect that have not spoken yet, so I'll be coming to the audience to pick on you to share what your thoughts are. Our goal will be to leave you with clear takeaways and a deeper understanding of Africa's path towards a resilient future. So without further ado, I'd like to call upon my panelists, starting with Dr. Donald Kaberuka, who is a Rwandan economist and former finance minister. Dr. Kaberuka is the 7th president of the African Development Bank. He is African Union High Representative for Financing the Peace Fund and COVID-19 response. He is a member of the Board of Trustees of several organizations as well as think tanks, including the Rockefeller Foundation Center for Global Development, the Mo Ibrahim Foundation, the Brookings Institution, and the London School of Economics. Since retiring from the African Development Bank, he is the chairman and managing partner of the Southbridge, a financial and investment advisory firm, which he co-founded. He is a member of the UN High-Level Independent Panel of the Sahel. Now, I will not be able to read his entire bio. It is extensive, but the team is kind enough to project that on the screen. And briefly, I will also introduce our second panelist, Dr. Kaberuka. Please, you're welcome. The seat right next to me. Thank you so much. Thank you for making the time to be here today. He will not be alone. He will be joined by Professor Eddie Maloka, who is the former CEO, is the second seat, Doctor? Who is the former CEO of the African Peer Review Mechanism, an organ of the African Union responsible for promoting good governance on the continent, and as well, he is the chairperson, beg your pardon, of the African Governance Architecture, AGA, a platform that is set for dialogue among the UN institutions with the mandate to promote governance and strengthen democracy in Africa. His bio is also extremely extensive, but we will have it projected. I want to, as he makes his way to join us, give you a snapshot of what to expect. Let's appreciate him. Thank you so much. Just an idea of what to expect. During this particular session, we will not have opening remarks. It's a fireside chat. Yes, I see we're starting on a friendly note. It should be a very dynamic and interesting interaction. So we'll go straight to the questions. After the questions, I will be introducing our discussant who is in the room today, who will take a couple of minutes to complement what has been shared. And after that, we'll come to the Q&A session to also hear from you. To kick off our conversation today, a lot has been shared throughout our time here. And I believe we cannot strictly talk about the preparedness without looking at where we have come from. Now, in the recent past, we have had the opportunity to really see and look in the mirror and ponder on the question, how ready are we? Not only for the future threats, but for the current threats. And I believe the COVID-19 pandemic was a clear opportunity to do exactly that. So Dr. Kaberuka, I want to start with you. Could you help us understand some of the lessons that were learned from Africa's experience when it came to COVID-19, the pandemic that was, and how prepared you felt we were, but also if you could touch on how prepared you think we are for potential future pandemics.
Good afternoon, can you hear me? Yes, you can. Yeah, thank you, moderator. I want to begin by thanking the National Police and its leadership for inviting me. It's the first time I've been here. Usually your neighboring school invited me, but the police was avoiding me for some reasons. So I'm glad to be here. So thank you very much for what you do for all of us as well. Then I'm happy to be joined by my friend here, Eddie. For those of you who don't know Eddie, he has done a tremendous amount of work on something important in Africa called the peer review mechanism. which was like an attempt by African leaders to create a mechanism whereby we in Africa, the leadership, learn from each other best practices, which I'm sure I'll be sharing with you. So thank you, Eddie, for coming. Now, as I thought of answering this question, I begin by giving some clarity. So Africa is equal to 55 countries. So there is a controversy in the AU about whether it is 54 or 5. That's another. And we're different. We're different. So there'll be some different ways of approaching it. And I want to put it this way. Readiness, as you put it very well, can only mean three things. Readiness for the existing challenges, existing vulnerabilities. Number two, for shocks like COVID or other shocks to come. The third is something which we call in this technicalese, it is called mega trends. Big trends which are likely to shape the continent for a long time. So that go from demographics, urbanization, digital, geopolitics, all those things. Now, the concept of readiness has to be looked at from the viewpoint of not simply responding to shocks like COVID or another virus to come, but also must prepare for changes taking place in the world today, which are unlikely to vary. So I've just mentioned demographics, climate change, digitalization. We have to be ready for those things. And I'll explain what readiness means. And then we have to be able to deal with the current challenges we face. So, what did we learn from COVID? One important lesson, which I would like to develop if you give me time, is that the response to COVID was not a function of how much money a country had. One of the worst regions to be affected by COVID was northern Italy. Northern Italy is a very wealthy place. It's the wealthiest part of Italy. Countries who responded reasonably well were countries like South Korea, Vietnam, and Rwanda, of course. So let me explain. Rwanda was able to vaccinate close to 90%, I think, of all eligible people, sometimes 3-4 times. But countries with much more resources than Rwanda failed to do so. So the first thing I want to disabuse is to think that readiness means simply having a fat check, having a rich country. It isn't. I apologize for the moderator.
Thank you for apologizing, but I don't think it's the issue. Is it okay now? Yes, it is. Thank you.
So I'm saying this because often we think that readiness means to have a lot of resources. No, it is about having systems. I have spent the last 2 years on a panel known as the International Panel on Security and Development in the Sahel. So Sahel means the core countries, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger. But you can extend it all from Mauritania to the Indian Ocean. Now, some of those states have been in crisis since 1974. Since 1974. Now, those crises are multidimensional. They combine at once demographics, some of the highest population growth in Africa, the environment, number 3, the security issues, you know very well. I could go on and on. And so we have created there a group of states which, irrespective of the resources they have, they cannot be ready anyone time soon. So I say this because my answer to you on how we can be ready is just one. It is building functioning states. Building functioning states. Now, a functioning state has many characteristics. It has to be a clean state. I think it was discussion in the morning. It has to be an accountable state. It has to be a state which delivers services. All right? And it has to be a state which governs for all, not for some. Men and women, different ethnic groups, different regions, different religions. When a state combines all those characteristics, it's likely to be a functioning state at any level of income. So you could have a dysfunctional state at a very high level of income, and you could have a well-functioning state at lower levels of income. I tell you, many of you are still very young, so I don't see people here born in the 70s. Are there anyone? I don't know, maybe Eddie and I. Yeah, so states can be categorized as the following. The extreme case is what you call a failed state, like what Somalia was since 1992, a failed state. Next to it, halfway, is what we call failing states. But before that, you have another category, often called the fragile states, or states in fragility. And then you have got steady functioning states. So a number of countries in our continent, thank God we have had only one failed state, which was Somalia since the 1990s. Now we've got Libya, all right? Now, I don't know about countries in the Sahel who can discuss this. So you've got failed state. Then you have got a failing state. Then you have got a fragile state. So a fragile state means that it's not able to provide security for its people. It's not able to provide the services, all right? And obviously it is not able to deal with the shocks when they happen. But a state which functions, can handle all those issues. And I want to maybe end by saying, many of you are Rwandans in this room. What has distinguished Rwanda from many other countries from 1994 to now? There are many other countries which have been in crisis. But Rwanda was able very early to begin putting in place elements of a viable, functioning state. Rwanda didn't have more resources than many other countries, but the elements of a functioning state were put in place. So whether it is current challenges, whether it is shocks, or those to come, you have a state with health systems that functioning reasonably. You know, I don't know, IGP, if I'm going to cause a diplomatic incident for you. There is a lot of literature now, for example, showing that even the United States, during COVID, many parts of the US did not do very well at all. This is well documented, all right? But the United States has the highest spending per capita on health of any country in the world. In contrast, Vietnam, which is a per capita of about $4,000, all right? There was not a single case of death from COVID in Vietnam. You can't convince me that Vietnam had more resources than the US. There was something else missing. And this would be something I mentioned as part of building a state. It is something called social capital. Social capital. Social capital means that in building a state, you build a level of trust in institutions. Apologies. Thank you very much. You build a level of trust, first of all, between citizens and the state, between state institutions, to the extent that even when is a problem, the citizens understand that this state is doing its best. All right? So I want to say to you that the only way our countries can be ready for current challenges, those to come, or shocks, is build functioning states, accountable states, clean states that created a large level of social capital. Social capital means people trusting their communities, communities trust each other, people trust the government is doing its best. And I just give you one final example, excuse me, I'm speaking for too long. One of the institutions the government of Rwanda put in place very early, remember, and this is very important. And I want to apologize here for my friends from Nigeria. Yeah, I'll apologize. But in my previous functions, I looked into how our states raise money and how they spend it. Because raising money is one thing, but how you spend it is even more important. Because if wananchi know that you are raising money, you're spending it well, even when there's shortcomings, they will understand, you can explain. But if you raise money and you don't have public financial management, then you have a problem which is secular, you'll be having difficulties raising money. So for example, my brother from Nigeria, this is something Nigerians themselves say. So the revenue to GDP in Nigeria is about 7%. 7% of national income. Here it is 16%. The average for countries in sub-Saharan Africa is about 15%. Except wealthy behemoths like South Africa is about 24% plus. The average in OECD countries is about 32%. Okay? So, which now means when the government here set up this office for revenue authority, it was an attempt to say every Rwandan shall participate in raising revenue. Okay. But we also have to make sure that we account for how the money is used. So the government of Rwanda simultaneously created the Office of the Auditor General, who I gather all you big officials, when he gives his report, you listen carefully. So those two arms of government created what? Created confidence among Rwandans first, investors, business people, that the little money we're raising, we're sure it is being used properly. And that creates the social capital I was mentioning. I would just mention the health systems and COVID. What stood us very well in COVID is that Rwandan health systems, although per capita spending is not very high, at the level where it is able to deal with these shocks, and I'll explain. What is it made of? It's made of this thing here called community health insurance. You have community health workers. You have using simple technologies. And you have all the institutions working together, which makes it Rwanda's primary health care, I say primary health care, is one of the best in Africa. I'm not saying that we have got fancy hospitals like Europe, but there is a basic of a health system, which is what you need to deal with virus X or the current virus. So we need to build states, and then we need to build systems. That is what creates the basis for responding to a crisis, whatever it is. So I spoke for too long, but I thought I should explain it in my humble way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. You really set the stage for the conversation. And I'll be coming back to you to talk a little bit more about some of the lessons, because one of the things we saw during the pandemic is that dependency on the West and how that really impacted us and how we can be better prepared in the future. But I want to come to you, Professor. Throughout this symposium, we kept hearing the word hunger and how it contributes. Hunger. And statistics were shared earlier. The World Bank estimates about 132 million people will be living in extreme poverty by 2030. Can you help us unpack how this poverty, in your opinion, actually contributes to conflict and instability, but also what you think could be done to address this issue? Because when you look at the continent, just a week ago, I was having a conversation about unemployment among the youth. So this is a critical issue that is far spread out, and we need to get ahead of. I'd like your opinion on that.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and let me also join my elder brother, Dr. Kaberuka, in really recognizing the senior leaders who have brought us here, including the Deputy Chair of the AU, and to confess that I think my only encounter, I'm not counting apartheid days, my only encounter with the police facilities when I was arrested for traffic fine. So it's for the first time I come to a police facility where there's not just discussion, but also so many friendly faces. So thank you very much for welcoming me, and also for making all these arrangements for our comfortable stay here. And then I will come back to the question that we are raising about hunger. I think it was discussed even in the previous session. I think it was the comrade from Zimbabwe. Hunger is not a cause in itself. Hunger is a manifestation of more fundamental challenges in society. Like Dr. Kaberuka has just said, you can find a very opulent society and find massive chunks of very poor. It's how you configure it and all of that. And of course, out of hunger, and I don't think that hunger in itself leads to peace and security issues. I've been to societies where people are very hungry, but people don't do what South Africans do when they are hungry. So you have to analyze each society and look at what happens. But I wanted to contribute to this discussion by building on what Dr. Kaberuka was saying, how prepared is Africa? And my contribution to focus rather on the second part of the symposium theme, which is evolving global dynamics and implications for Africa. And then I'll come back to some of the points that he was raising earlier. How do we characterize, and I think it's something that we didn't go into detail about, how do we characterize the emerging global order? First, it's a multipolar system with the emergence of multiple poles of power in the international scheme, either in the form of individual countries that are challenging traditional hegemons, and also a multilateral box. And then the notable of it is BRICS. And then the second one is, and this is what all of us are beginning to talk about, is the end of the global domination of the West that has evolved since the 15th century. This is a very significant development that for the first time we are going to live in a world that is post-West, and I don't have any problem. My sister was talking about Europeans. So we're going to have Chinese now in the dominant positions and other non-European and so on and so on. So it's the kind of world where we're moving in and so on. And then the third one is the end of the West historical monopolies. I want to talk to this issue of monopolies. You know Samir Amin, many of you know him, the Egyptian political economist. He wrote about the 5 monopolies. At the time, it was, of course, in the 1990s, was trying to understand, you could say, where the West derives its power from in the global system. First, he said, because they exercise 5 monopolies. The first one is the monopoly of technology supported by military expenditures of the dominant nations. So I'm reading verbatim from him. The second one is the monopoly of control over global finances and a strong position in the hierarchy of current account balances. The third one is the monopoly of access to natural resources. The fourth one is monopoly over international communication in the media. And then finally, the monopoly of the military means of mass destruction. So this is in the 1980s, 1990s when it was quite an accepted, those of us who were studying political science were just echoing these 5 monopolies. But now things are changing. These monopolies are disappearing. The first one is that in the monopolies in the technology space, clearly the Chinese are challenging the traditional hegemony of the West in this space. And I don't believe that myself. I'm wearing a Huawei watch and I bought it. It does so well and better than, and now I can't even buy Huawei products in the United States. But the Chinese technological challenge is serious and is the beginning. So the monopoly that the West used to enjoy in the technological space, it's something that's going to disappear. The second one is the monopoly over financial flows. And now we are moving to a de-dollarization phase, multiple currencies in trade, etc., etc. So that monopoly that we used to be, and the Western powers made a mistake by freezing the sovereign funds of Russian Federation. Now the whole world is saying it could happen to me. So everybody now is disengaging and so on and so on. So we're moving into that phase. And military power and weapons of mass destruction, where we have different views about what's happening in Ukraine. But if there's one thing that Ukraine, the statement it has made, it has shattered that pre-existing assumption about the West military invincibility. And then on the ideological and the media production, it's only in Africa we don't have our own TV channels, but everybody's opening their own TV channels. And the Russian television poses so much threat that is being banned in a number of capitals. You can't even get it in some countries, even in Africa. And the control of the global strategic multilateral institution, including the Bretton Woods, that has not been challenged adequately, but it's something that's going to gain momentum in this century. And then the rules-based liberal international order, which has been put forward over the years as a benchmark that all of us must emulate and obey unquestionably. And that is also been buried in the war in Gaza, and that war has destroyed any pretense of a liberal global international order. And then, of course, the last point that we don't always talk about as Africans, the interplanetary technology. Because we have a problem as human beings that we are not endangered, but we are endangered. We don't have the technology to move us out of our planet. And the reason the dinosaurs went extinct because they were in the same situation. So if some emergency were to happen, we will not be able to move. And there's a concerted effort, and this is going to achieve significant results in the 21st century. You saw that the last few days, last week actually, the Chinese landed a research robot on the dark side of the moon. There are all these plans to send humans to Mars and all of this. And so we are moving slowly into that interplanetary age. However, there is no consensus on how we view the emerging global order. And I want to propose to you 4 perspectives. The first one sees the multipolar era in a positive way, as an opportunity to strengthen the world's multilateral system. And the UN Secretary General, of course, he has spoken a lot to this, and he sees the emerging global order as an opportunity for the UN to be stronger. And you know that the UN later this year will be convening a summit of the future to try to develop further this whole project of how the UN, so it's a positive thing, etc., etc., etc. But I know that it wasn't Brian, the panel yesterday was talking about the disabling of the Security Council by the superpowers. Of course, given all of that, but there is an expectation that in the multipolar world, that there is this view that in the multipolar world, the United Nations system will be stronger. The second perspective is a bit different. It looks back to the unipolar post-Cold War period in nostalgic terms as the golden age of rules-based order. A rising China and a resurgent Russia, by this perspective, are perceived as a threat. To the proponents of this view, the emerging multipolar world is a step into an era of uncertainty, full with dystopic possibilities. And we are being told, even now, when you read the news, there is a deployment of 300,000 troops in Europe, around Russia, and so on. Some people are all out. They say they are preparing for a world war, and so on. The third perspective primarily comes from China and Russia, and the two countries that have enthusiastically embraced the multipolar system as a necessity, but for existential reasons, while dismissing the nostalgia for a rule-based past, and in addition take measures to disentangle themselves completely from the West to achieve full sovereignty in all domains. As you know, if you follow what the leaders of Russia are saying, even yesterday President Putin was addressing an event in St. Petersburg, there is a belief among the Russian political class that the collective West wants to inflict a strategic defeat on Russia and dismember the country. The Chinese also, you can hear a similar tone coming out of them. They're talking in similar existential terms, believing that they are being contained by the West through different means, including sanctions imposed on the technology sector, and of course the Taiwan Strait issues, etc., etc. The fourth one, this is where I want to challenge us. The fourth one should come from Africa. It should be about how we as Africans view the multipolar system, the multipolar world, what we see as potential threats and opportunities within our reach, and what we should do to end the 21st century on a high note. We are yet as Africans to formulate a coherent position, at least in a collective sense. If you look at how the deputy chairperson is here, I won't speak about her in her absence. What Ahmed Salim did at the end of the Cold War, he initiated a process that resulted in the adoption of an AU position on fundamental changes taking place in the world. So we have not yet done a similar exercise on the in Africa. We have not started a collective process to arrive at a collective position as to how we Africans should deal and approach the emerging global order, something that Salim did at the beginning of the 1990s. We're talking about a new doctrine of non-alignment, and this doctrine, I know there are different people talking about it. It's not the Bandung doctrine. I don't know what it means, but it's not yet even be properly defined. But there is a lesson to learn from how China and Russia approach the emerging global order. And what they have been doing, they systematically disentangle themselves from dependency on Western monopolies. And I think it's a point that Dr. Kaberuka put it quite differently. One reality is that the West has weaponized these monopolies and they readily deploy them against you if you don't toe their line. For the last decade or so, China and Russia, even before the Ukraine war, for those who have been following the statements and policy documents coming out of the two countries have frantically worked hard to build their capabilities as substitute for their dependence on West monopolies. I remember there was an incident between the Americans and the Chinese. President Xi immediately issued a decree and they removed all Western computers that were used in government premises, and then they replaced them with the Chinese. So there's been this concerted effort on the part of China. I remember reading a book written by some Russian scholar long before this, talking about sovereignties and the 5 areas of sovereignties and what they did to build sovereignties in the 5 areas. And China does something which is quite unique, and I wish we could do it in Africa, not necessarily because it's done by the Chinese. I don't want to leave the impression that I'm a fan of China. But they conduct regular stress tests to see how China will react to unfriendly moves from outside. And then they have a computer simulated program. They just conducted it last week, and then they do a report. They see what if they close this, what if they close this, and so on and so on. And the point is that, and it goes to the point that Dr. Kaberuka is saying, when you look at the African state, which is what he's talking about, the question is, what sort of African state? A state that is dependent on Western monopolies is unsustainable. But at the same time, we have to think about it. So our strategic weakness as Africa lies in our lack of sovereignty. We are fully entangled and dependent on Western monopolies. From the computer I'm using, Facebook, Google knows where I am now. Even some people who wear expensive clothes, like my friend Brian, I know that you wear Gucci when you are in Johannesburg, Gucci. And then, of course, we spend a lot of time watching CNN and BBC, who are pumping out a lot of propaganda and pure lies in some cases. So we are moving into an era of fragmented globalization. I don't know if there's such a term. As I said, Hawaii is banned in some countries. TikTok faces a similar threat. So now we're going
Professor,
to have a situation. Yes, I'm finishing.
Allow me interrupt a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, I'm finishing.
In a minute then.
Yeah, and then I want to say this when Dr. Kaberuka is here, that we are a financial colony of MasterCard and Visa, when the technologies that make these cards is easily available. And a lot of revenue, if you see people who are experts, show you the amount of revenue that MasterCard and Visa are moving out of the continent. So, Madam Chair, all I'm trying to say is that we need a serious conversation in Africa. The Asians took them 30 years, a generation, to resolve the challenge of their sovereignty. We are left to 3 generations to the end of the 21st century. I think we need our leaders to lead us. We need a serious conversation, and we plan. We can't do this without our leaders. We have to reduce our dependence on Western monopolies. We have to build our own capability. Not that we become a ghetto of some sort, but I think this is the secret to China's success, that it has been able to liberate itself completely from dependence on Western monopolies. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I was too long.
Thank you so much. You unpacked a lot there, and I think throughout our conversation, I'm going to be coming back to some of the things that you said. Weaponizing monopolies is something that I still want to come back to you and talk about, but also the issue of sovereignty. Here, the steps that can be taken is something I want you to ponder on for Africa, your own suggestions. I'll be coming back to you on that. Dr. Kaberuka, one of the things that Professor touched is collective processes coming together. And earlier, before we even came on here, you and I had a conversation about economic integration for the continent. This is a subject that I know is dear to you. Can you help us understand what the biggest hurdles are? Because we've had this conversation for a long time. We understand there's need for collective action, for countries to come together, for us to integrate. What are the hurdles, and what are your recommendations in terms of addressing them?
Thank you very much. Maybe this was for Monica, no? Maybe you... I think you are confusing the serious. So, what was the second lesson from COVID? Number one, how important African institutions are to our ability to survive in the world. Because suddenly we realize that international institutions on which we have depended for solutions were not functioning optimally, and global solidarity, which we have always been counting on, did not function. One of the institutions which really was a shining star during the COVID crisis, recognized globally so, was the African Center for Disease Control. And a Cameroonian gentleman called John, as I can see 8 degrees. We now know that it even did much better than the European Center for Disease Control. But this is an African institution. All right, I could go on and tell you, for example, that during the COVID, the African Union, through its chair at the time, President of South Africa, put in place a mechanism which enabled us to find a way together, a common platform, try to get vaccines, to the extent even the countries in the Caribbean joined the system. So lesson number one was, when rubber hits the road, we have absolutely to build our own African institutions to the level of excellency. So maybe making the same point. We can't simply go on depending upon the global institutions built in 1945. Because when they come to a crisis, we realize they are not fit for our purpose. So that was lesson number one, African institutions. Yes, I know they are weak. Sometimes they are underfunded. Maybe they are not as strong as some of the global institutions, but they are our institutions. They are our institutions. And that's what we have to do. The second thing, which I think I agree with Eddie here. Anybody here who is over 40 would have been born in a world where you had 2 powers in the world fighting for power. The Soviets and the US. So the balance of terror is what kept peace for some time. But notice though, that although they were at peace with each other, there are a lot of proxy wars in Africa. A lot of proxy wars in Africa. So the 2 powers were not fighting themselves directly because they are nuclear powers. Okay? But they had absolutely no hesitation in promoting or even abetting proxy wars in Africa and something in the bit of Asia or even in Central America. Now, so we moved on, as Eddie says, to a world where it was no longer 2 powers, it was only 1 power. This is what he calls the unipolar. Now, there is a famous historian who read a book that was the end of history. I've forgotten his name, Fukuyama. He said this is the end of history, the West has won, now you have only one boss in the world. Where I've got a slight disagreement with you, Eddie, I don't know if it's a disagreement. I don't think that we are yet in a multipolar world, meaning that a world where you have got several powers. I think we are in what you call a fragmented world. We are on the way probably to a multipolar world, but we are not yet there because I don't have to go into that. So, in that fragmented world, where is Africa? And that answers your question. In that fragmented world, we need a strong African Union. Monica, I'm not doing campaigning for you, but we need a strong African Union. Because remember, when the Organization of African Unity was set up, I've said this in another event, the leaders at the time took a number of decisions. Decision number 1, the liberation of the rest of Africa. So that was very important. Number 2, I know I keep saying this, but I need to define properly. They also said, we don't like the borders we inherited from colonialism because they don't make sense. They are, in fact, a countersense. But leave them there. Don't open the Pandora's box. Because at the time, I think it was Somalia claiming bits of Kenya, bits of Ethiopia. Onyangobo, you know the story very well. So the leader said, keep the borders. But there was 2 conditions. Condition number 1, but let us integrate our economies as far as we can make it. So borders, political borders, keep them, but let us integrate our economies. All right? And number 3, which I think some people in this region have forgotten, that precisely because you're not opening up the borders, you have to treat people in those borders equally. You can't pick and choose who is a citizen, who is not. I think some people in this region have forgotten it. But if you go to a place like Nigeria, you have people, common ethnicity in northern Nigeria, even southern Nigeria. If you go to Kenya here, Maasai in Kenya, Maasai in Tanzania. You can't have a government choosing to say, but the Maasai is all Tanzanians, they should go. This, some leaders have forgotten. So those 3 conditions, i.e. liberation of Africa, number 2, integration, to make the borders irrelevant, and number 3, full respect, equal treatment of citizens of these geographies. So when I hear some leaders say, well, these are foreigners, these are not nationals, maybe we should get back to show them the OA Charter, what it said. Now, why is integration difficult? I don't know, maybe Eddie will have to come to this. I did my best when I was in my previous functions to really try and give this thing a push. There are 3 reasons I think they're difficult. One is what I could call a zero-sum calculus. Now, that is a fancy term for you win, I lose. If you begin like that, integration will be extremely complicated. But if you begin by saying, in fact, all of us can win, maybe we can't win at the same time, but all of us are winners, you're off to a good start. That is number 1, I think. Number 2, it is something I've tried to explain elsewhere. If you look at the population of Africa, the way it's distributed, I would say 70% of all the population are in about 6 countries. These are big masses in 6 countries. And those countries, say like the big behemoths here, or Nigeria, or the others, the smaller countries nearby, okay, sometimes feel, might this be hegemonic? And so, even though the larger countries try to work closely with the neighbors, some of the small countries begin to think, well, might be there some hegemonic interest, okay, even when they're not. And the 3rd reason, I think, is that we have approached this thing too much from a technical viewpoint and not a political viewpoint. And I'll explain. I've done it before, I think it was in Parliament here somewhere. When you're integrating, the lowest level of integration possible is called a preferential trade area. We used to have one here called PTA, you remember that? So that means you reduce tariffs among the members, you don't eliminate them. The next one is called a free trade area, where we are now. So we eliminate tariffs among ourselves, but we keep it against others. The next one is what we call a customs union. You have got, like East Africa here, we've got a customs union. Then you can go on to a monetary union and so on and so forth. Now, different parts of Africa are in different stages. Here in East Africa, we are in a customs union. North Africa, they are not even yet in a preferential trade area. Hi, Monica, am I right? If I recall. Some West African countries have even already a common currency. So bits of Africa are in different phases of integration. And harmonization between all these is really what I hope the CFTA can do. Then finally, this is for Monique and her team. I think we have put too much emphasis on tariffs. We are wasting too much time on tariffs. Tariffs are no longer the problem. The weighted average tariffs among African countries is about 13%. It's the lowest they've been for a long time. But there's some other things which are really a problem. It's not even infrastructure. I've heard people say, well, we don't integrate because we don't have common infrastructure. So let me give you just an example. Aviation. If we had implemented something called the Yamoussoukro Agreement, i.e. allowing companies to fly in and out of different countries, say Rwanda being able to go to Kano, to Kaduna, or to Kolwezi or Yamoussoukro, we would bring down the cost of flying in Africa by 40%. By 40%. But instead, we allow foreign companies from the Gulf, from Europe, to land in our countries, all right? But we're not prepared to give other African airlines the same rights, what they call the fifth freedom, to come and pick in our countries. Now, this is not a technical problem. It is lobbies by countries with airline companies. Number two, movement of people. Now, many of you are from the security sector. There's no evidence. But if I'm wrong, please, IGP, correct me. There's no evidence that the level of criminality or things like that is higher when countries decide to remove visas against the others. Am I wrong, IGP? There's no evidence. But somehow there is a myth that you close off your borders and you're safer. All right? So, movement of people. Number three, payment systems. Today, if I want to buy Kenyan goods, why can't I trade in Kenyan shillings or Rwandan francs? There is an exercise underway now to make that possible. But we are still trading in dollars. Now, that is not about tariff, it's about payment systems. The next one, which really breaks my heart. How do I say this now in a place like this? I had a program when I was still leading the ADB to try to connect as many African countries as possible by at least ensuring at least 70% of our countries are connected to each other. Here in East Africa, we did quite a lot of things between Tanzania and Kenya, Kenya and Ethiopia, Onyango, Boma and all that. In Uganda with Congo and all this. But I would always be surprised when we visit those countries to find that the number of lorries waiting at the border has not improved in spite of the road being there. Why? Paperwork. I once visited a place, Ed, you must know it, they call it Kazungula Bridge. This is a place where the 4 countries in SADC meet. Namibia, Botswana, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Now, I want again to be careful what I say. So, they have an old pontoon there, which has been there for 50 years, and lorries were waiting for up to 2 weeks. So the drivers told me. What had happened was that one of those countries in that region had told me categorically they don't want us to build a bridge on the Zambezi. We were giving a grant to say, look, this pontoon for 50 years is not working. Let's do a bridge. When we worked with Koreans, they had done the designs. When one of the leaders in the region sent me a delegation to tell me, we don't want that bridge. So the bridge had to be designed, I'm sure Ed knows this, it is not a straight bridge. It is like a V bridge to avoid that one country. Let me give you a second one, because this is public. There was time we had the summit at the AU, and the leadership was discussing funding infrastructure. And my answer was, yes, funding is a problem, but can we at least build those infrastructures for which you have got funding? So there's a famous bridge, you know the Gambia, the geography of the Gambia? The Gambia is like stuck inside Senegal. So to go from northern Senegal to southern Senegal, you have to traverse the Gambia. So we had offered a bridge, all right, $120 million. The then president of the Gambia told me in no uncertain terms he does not want that bridge. Okay? Actually, at this time he called me to tell me, so what would be the problem? Since you're asking me the problems. He said, well, he has got security issues with Senegal. I said, but Your Excellency, security issues are there. I'm sure you're handling them. But this bridge will be there for generations. Neither you nor the other guy will still be there. Okay? But he was adamant. So the bridge was delayed for almost 7 years. But I had the pleasure, because near the end of my tenure, then he called me and said, "Can we have the bridge?" I said, "Huh?" Okay, so we did quickly things. We put a bridge. There's a beautiful bridge there, if you see it. But look at how long it took, 7 years. Is that a technical issue? Is it a funding issue? No, it isn't. I could cite many other projects, all right, which were delayed, not for lack of funding, not for lack of design, but because countries find it difficult to cooperate. And I want to end on this one. This is the last point I'm making. That unless African countries make a decision to accelerate integration, and by this accelerate, I don't mean the CFTA, because CFTA is a very low level of cooperation, very low level. I mean higher levels of cooperation. In this new world, which Eddie called multipolar, I think it is more fragmented. We shall lose our place. And as a result, if there is a crisis, like COVID, you look for vaccines, you can't find them because countries have hoarded them. Or they have banned exports. We have an organization called the World Trade Organization, which bans those kind of things. All right? But who cares about those institutions? All right? So Africans find ourselves on our own, whether it is food supply, whether it is vaccines, or medicine, or energy. So which means that the survival of this continent in this fragmented or towards a multipolar world, i.e. where there is no one dominant, will require that the African Union be made fit to the purpose. The work which our president worked very hard to achieve, which now has been handed over to President Ruto. So that is what all of us have to support. There is no other solution. Africa has to realize that the international system put in place in 1945 is no longer working, not even for those who set it up, because they are the ones who violate the regulations. If a country now has a dispute, a trade dispute, when those institutions were working, you could go WTO, there is a court, a mediation court there. Now, for that court to function, it requires to have a full set of judges. Now, one big country has refused to appoint judges, so the court cannot meet. So if we have a dispute, we have nowhere to go. All right? Look at the Security Council, how it is functioning. When these institutions were put in place in 1945, there were only 3 African countries present in San Francisco. It was Ethiopia, Egypt, and Liberia. Okay? Among the 53 countries. Now, just imagine that in the Security Council, there's not a single African country permanent member. There's not a single Arab country. There's not India, the largest country in the world. There's not a single Latin American country. So, the loss of legitimacy of bodies like that set up in 1945 is clear. And it can only be responded to by African strengthening our own institutions, whether they're regional or continental. That is my answer to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor. I want to come to you, Professor, to still talk about the same, because these two issues are connected. Earlier, I was asking for your recommendations, because we are pointing out what the issues are. To be able to integrate, we have to be able to come together. When these countries are still having issues with each other, they cannot be on the same table, that definitely poses a huge problem to the integration goal. But you were suggesting some of the examples. What are your recommendations? How do we have collective actions? How do we bring Africa together to be able to, like you said, counter the threats that the emerging global order will pose?
No, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I think Dr. Kaberuka has already answered it in 2 ways. One is that when the world, I said it earlier, when we were at this similar situation at the end of the Cold War, it is the African Union it is the OAU at that time that led us. Salim Ahmed Salimi was new, he had just been appointed in 1989. He went to the Council of Ministers and said the world is changing. He presented a document. They discussed it overnight. They adopted a position, fundamental changes. And out of that document, then a program of action emerged. They transformed the Secretariat. They started the conflict mechanism and so on. And I think I understand him to be saying that we need a similar response from the African Union because it is our premier institution. It is our mother body. Our DCP is here. She's been leading us exceptionally very well. But it has to happen at the top because individually it will be countries, it will be regional economic communities. But the African Union has to, it's something that has to happen for the African Union to come to the point and say, look, the world is changing and not leave it to individual countries. Because my president, President Ramaphosa, has been to Ukraine, maybe sent by the AU, somebody else has been there, but there is no collective, well-organized process that is led by the AU. And to do that, you need a collective process to be able to arrive at that. And the DCP is here, and we will have a new commission. I'm not saying that you won't be there, Madam DCP. I'm just saying legally there will be a new commission at the beginning of next year. And that commission, its inauguration will coincide with the election of the new president in the United States. And hopefully by then, we'll see an end to some Gaza. Maybe. I think I agree with what Dr. Kaberuka is saying. That's why I was saying we are at the beginning of a multipolar world. But I think it's going to emerge much, much clearer, especially with how the war in Ukraine is concluded, and also the terms of the conclusion, and also the settlement in Gaza. And out of that, if there is a new leadership in Washington, it's also going to impact how the new leadership is going to try to approach So it's everything. It's what you call it. It's fluid, it's changing, and it's moving rapidly. So the AU has an opportunity to lead us, and the integration agenda definitely. That the organizing concept of the African Union is continental integration, political, economic, free movement of people. A number of people spoke about, and the REX can do so much. Okay, the East African community can do so much, but all that leadership has to come from the African Union. And I think that's something that, of course, I think our leaders are thinking about it in Addis Ababa, but they are the ones who must marshal our forces together and be able to pull us and identify some of the key countries, some of the key leaders. President Kagame has played a key role, President Ruto also, to say, leaders, let us go to the summit in February, let's give the new commission an agenda. You understand what I'm trying to say? We should be going to the summit in January after the election of the new commission to say, this is your agenda, these are the things, but this must be done now by member states under the AU and so on. And so President Ruto has already outlined his 3 priorities and so on. So I think we have to be led by the AU. Individually, countries can do so much. And unfortunately, at the moment, there's no single country that can take on the global system on its own. And it's only our collective muscle that we can be able to deploy and then to be able to safeguard our interests. But the point is, we are moving to a phase of fragmented globalization. That's the proper. That's what. So we'll still be in this globalized system, but it will be fragmented. There will be pockets and pockets of different things. But if Africa doesn't get its act together, we are not organized. We are going to disappear into oblivion. And that's, for me, I think that's the point that we are all concerned about. That will become so irrelevant and will be left behind even further by the rest of the world.
Thank you so much. And on that note, can we appreciate the panelists for the submission? As a moderator, you get into a conversation having a clear goal in terms of how you want to drive the conversation, but I have to say this went somewhere completely different, and I'm so grateful it did. We do have to get our act together. That is what I'm getting from our conversation today. I want to call on our discussant. We do have Mr. Charles Onyango-Bo, who is a veteran Ugandan journalist, a columnist, and an author. He was the co-founder and managing editor of the Monitor, Uganda's main independent newspaper. And I would like for him to give us his thoughts. Could we get a microphone to him, please?
Thank you. I will be very disciplined and do what?
We're kindly requesting you to stand up. There's a request to see your handsome face.
Because it's rude for the people.
Karibu.
this baby work? It's okay, okay. Thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation. I'll be, as I was saying, I'll be very disciplined and do what discussants do in, who do in an intellectual seminar. So I'll just respond to what the speakers have said, but I'll do it by way of asking both of them to kind of explore some of the areas which they started on and didn't, and I think that there are some more perspectives they can give us from there. The first one, and both of you have touched on this, is the nature of the world in which Africa finds itself in and is going into. Eddie says it's a multipolar world. Donald thinks it's a fragmented world. But because we have students here, the question is that, is this really the right way to think about it? Because there are people who argue that actually the world that we are into, you'll have the US, you will have China, you might have the EU, but the real next global power is, technology. I think Kagoro would call it surveillance capital, but the real power, because today the technology companies have more power to inform action and initiatives in our world than worldly powers. So if indeed you think that that is a valid path to explore, how does Africa respond to that? What does it call on us in terms of our strategy? The second issue which you all spoke about is fragility. And it's true, there are differences between countries, but if you look at the data, it's very interesting. By 2012, an African was more likely to die in a car accident than from a bullet in 2012. That situation has reversed. Now you are most likely to die of hunger, or actually a bullet. So if you think of what has happened in these last 10 years, it's a very, very dramatic change. And if I was a student studying, peace and security, I would want to know, what are the signals? What are the signals out there that I can look at and say the risk is coming? In other words, what happened? And so that we can, at least from a point of methodology, if nothing else, we are better able to see, the risks ahead. The point that both of you, both Eddie and Donna, touched on briefly is this whole question of technology. And there are many aspects to this. Yesterday, there was a lot of talk about inequality. But if you look at it, there is one of the gurus in the world, he's called Mark Anderson. Mark Anderson made a lot of fortunes. He started Netscape, so he's a very influential voice. Mark Anderson argues that because of artificial intelligence, contrary to what a lot of people think, that the US economy potentially can grow by 100%. Now, Donald will tell you, if the US economy grows by 100%, basically it means to live in the whole world economy. So even this world that we are thinking of, it might not happen. So how do we situate ourselves, on this spectrum? And if you think of it, for Africa, a very important thing, our response strategy has to be our manpower and education. But in Africa today, there are 23 African countries have a literacy rate that is lower than Scotland had in 1750. 1750. And about nearly 30 countries have a lower rate of literacy than France had in 1850. So if you see just the disadvantages that puts us in, and therefore what do we do? And I think you're both in an opposition to lighten also this. And it gets very troublesome because this point was made very well yesterday and today. Ultimately, African security has to be about jobs for young people. So, so in terms of our resilience, how we make sure that we have a place in this world the next couple of years, we have to address this issue. And yet you have a continent today, sub-Saharan Africa produces 3 million jobs a year. To get an optimal level of employment for young people, we need to produce 18 million jobs, 6 times more. And I'm sure this, Donald, you'll have some insights for us around here. So I mean, what is the story? What are we missing? What are the things that we need to do? And finally, 2 more points. We've on the question of COVID, and Mr. Kavuruka made the point correctly that COVID really showed that the world as it's structured couldn't deliver for African countries. But what was the impact on that on the global system? How do we understand that? And a very important point which, and Donald, I think you mentioned this at the start on 2 occasions, but you didn't elaborate, this whole question of climate change. Depending on how you look at it, it might be one of our most existential crises. Look at it this way. If we had the level of rain, twice the level of rain that East Africa had recently, we would have no port. We would have no port. And this land, the Ugandas, the Rwandas of this world would be in trouble. So how do we begin to understand, the threat of climate change and all these other impacts on our very economic existence and our existence as a nation, and how do we position ourselves through collective action to deal with this problem? Thank you.
I think we can do better than that. Thank you so much, Charles. Can we appreciate him once more, please? I don't think we're going to have enough time to answer these questions, Charles. I don't even have enough space to write them. I know these are questions I too really wanted answers to, but in the interest of time, I am going to request our panelists to give each question just under 2 minutes. I think we can do that. I will remind you of the questions just in case. Dr. Kaberuka, I think we're going to start with you. How should Africa respond? What should be our strategy?
I can try. Yeah. By the way, just some encouraging news. I don't want us to leave here feeling that it's all dooms and gloom. When the colonial powers were colonizing our continent, the life expectancy was about 28 years. 28 years. By the time the same colonial powers left us in the 60s, life expectancy was 44, 45. In many African countries now it is 65. Rwanda here it is 70. Now, this has huge implications for what Onyango Boja has asked me. Huge implications. I don't have time because he said 2 minutes. All right. But it links up to what he says about jobs. So I'd like to give an example of a nation country because I was there not long ago. Vietnam, the population, has increased in the last 30 years from 70 million people to 100 million people. Okay. Its GDP in 1995, its GDP in 1995 was $16 billion, $16 billion. Its GDP now is $500 billion. And so, if you go to Hanoi or Ho Chi Minh, whether it is jobs, whether it is housing, water, it's just an amazing story. And that is an answer for you, Onyangobo. We absolutely have to stop this cycle of debt and aid, which has strangled Africa for a long time. What did Vietnam do? How many of you have a Samsung phone? Samsung phone? Good. The chances are 50% that it is made in Vietnam. All right? The chances are. So what did the Vietnamese do? They looked around Southeast Asia and decided, where is capital, risky capital? Now, capital was in aging societies, South Korea, Japan, China, Taiwan, and all this. How do we get that capital in our country? Not aid, not debt. All right? So, for example, they worked with Samsung, all right, to relocate half of its production from South Korea to Vietnam. They're your jobs. But how do they do it? There is an article in The Economist, which I want to recommend to you, Onyangobo. It is at the end of 2023. It says, why are Vietnamese schools so good? Why are Vietnamese schools so good? Because they found that in terms of learning outcomes, not numbers in school, Vietnamese learning outcomes were much better than the UK and Canada. All right, so if you're Samsung and you find a highly literate society, highly educated people like this, why wouldn't you not locate your business, especially if the environment is there? And this is what they have done. So the level of unemployment in Vietnam is very low. It's just what we call frictional unemployment. Time to look for another job. Because it is a highly literate society. So if there is one thing on which really we can provide as an answer for jobs, is let us, during this window up to 2050, the famous demographic dividend, focus on educational outcomes in our primary schools, in our secondary schools, in colleges. Not simply getting numbers in schools. It makes sure they come out, as someone was saying, I think it was Brian, all right, with the competencies. Business will come because they are looking for highly literate people. Those are aging societies. Savings are increasing. In Japan, even if you put interest set at -2, -3, which rose, it does not increase consumption, does not increase investment, because aging societies. All right? So they are looking at where to get a return to pay their pensions. So I finish all this, because it's very important for, especially for my friends in the security sector. Today, in the global north, you have got a savings glut. All right? Because aging societies. Aging societies don't consume. People tell me, well, it is aging. Again, Onyangobo, this is important for you. People tell me, don't worry, they are going to have robots. Robots can produce, robots can't consume. All right? So even if you bring artificial intelligence and technology, it will enable you to increase your productivity. It will not enable you to consume more. Only human beings can consume. Now, so there is a savings glut in the north. The return in real interest is sometimes negative. Where there is possibility of a return is in our countries in the global south. As long as we invest in security, stability, and human capital. Human capital. At least we have an example of the kind I've just mentioned. Now, once you have done that, you're going to find our continent breaking the cycle of it is aid, it is debt, after 60 years. Aid and debt after 60 years. That can't create jobs. Jobs will be created by investment, both domestic investment and foreign investment. But it happens only in stable societies, in highly literate societies. Because there is a country not far from my good friend here. When I used to be in the African Development Bank, please, no names, I don't cause problems for IGP. Each time we advertised for a highly important job, technically, number one, number two, number three would be from those countries, that country. It is highly literate, educated people, and one of them is in this room. All right, I will not embarrass him by pointing who he is. Level of literacy, very high. These guys are in New York in the market, and Johannesburg is over the place, okay? And it has served them very well. But they lack something else. Stability was a problem there for some time. So it is a combination of stability. It's a combination of security, stability, human capital, learning outcomes that attract investment from those countries who are having huge savings, very limited consumption abilities because they're aging societies. That is the only way I can answer the issue of jobs, Onyangobo. Otherwise, people will tell all kinds of stories, but there's no other way to do it. All countries who are poor at some point in the world, they become richer because of attracting capital and joining global trade flows. I don't have time to develop this, but that's my answer to you, Onyango.
Thank you so much, Doctor. You actually answered a number of questions. You touched on the issue of jobs. You touched on the issue of artificial intelligence. You also did answer, in a nutshell, how Africa can respond, what our strategy should be. So thank you so much for that. Professor, you highlighted the issue of the threats, right? So I'm going to bring this one to you. Charles asks, what are the signals that we should look out for to know that risk is ahead?
Well, I think you also raised the question of it's what was also raised by Dr. Kaberuka, state fragility. The extent of state fragility in Africa is more serious than sometimes we think of fragility in terms of maybe Al-Shabaab running the government administration. It translates itself into a number of things. You find the country has the semblance of a public service, but it doesn't actually have it. When I left the APRM, it's one of the programs that we're trying. We're surprised to see how many African countries don't actually have a fully functional public service. But the point that I also wanted to link to the issue of fragility of states, we're talking about the African Union earlier, and the African Union is as strong as the collective weight of its member states. And in the African Union, the financing model, Dr. Kaberuka spent a lot of time doing it. The African Union financing model, it's a big problem. Because I remember one day countries used to contribute $100,000 to the APRM. And then you will make so many trips to the capital, a country that has flags, national anthem, and all of that, it can't afford $100,000. I'm not saying myself I can afford it, but that's the extent of our problem. So now if you translate that into contributions to the African Union and all of that, you then are able to realize how I was sitting in the meetings of ambassadors before I left the APRM. You see the ambassadors, our budget now for the African Union is 650 plus. Yeah. You see them complaining that it's too high. Yeah. For a continent of 55 countries, the European Union, they are even talking about 650 billion. It depending on how you calculate the European Union with half the number of countries. So the level of ambition, the capacity of African states at the individual level to drive this agenda that we're talking about, it's something that requires some attention until the African Union is able to finance itself. It's able to pay for its staff, it's able to pay for its programs, it's able to pay for its peace and security Currently, we are being held by the generous contribution of the partners. And I think that is a reflection of the situation that exists at country level, that many of our countries don't have a sound and a solid fiscal base. They themselves depend on partners for what they call budget support. And the partners, they come there, they meet with the Minister of Finance, and then they present their program. The Minister of Finance presents his program. I went to one African country, I won't take long. When I arrived there, I was there to meet the APRM focal point. The entire cabinet was in France to go and present they had just come up with what emerging, some vision 20-something. And then they've gone the entire cabinet to France to go and present it to France. So fragility is not just lack of resources, but I think it's also mentality. And you find other countries in the midst of abundance, but they are unable to translate this abundance into wealth and prosperity for their own country. That's why I was saying that poverty is also partly a function of your own mentality and how you are configured internally. Some people have shown to us, look at the Chinese, how they resolved abject poverty. They eradicated it. So here in Africa, we are not even at that level with the kind of intervention. In my own country, we are not even at that level. We have all resigned ourselves to this mentality that Africa is poor, nothing good comes out of our continent. So we are poor, we are waiting for God. Maybe Jesus, maybe some people are waiting for another prophet to come and save us and all of those kind of things. So we really have a serious issue. And I think that the sooner we deal with that issue. Myself, I'm very concerned. I'm 60 years old next year. And the 21st century, we are left with about just under 8 years. I think we really need to sit down as Africans. How do we make sure that at the beginning of this 22nd century, you don't have Africans sitting in Kigali or here in this beautiful vein discussing the same thing that we were discussing 60 years ago? And it can happen. The issue of infrastructure, these things were discussed a long time ago by African American pioneers, that we must build a bridge from Sierra Leone to this. All those things have not seen any light of day. And that's like more than 100 years ago. So the question is, what do we do? And I think, if I had powers, we really need a very serious collective exercise to think through these things as Africans, like we did under the reforms, and to say under the reforms we achieved the following. Now, how do we prepare ourselves for the 21st century? Now we do this, we do this, we do this, we do this. And I think that's really what I would like to propose that we look at as a continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Doctor, we'll end with you, and then we'll take some questions from the audience. Where is Africa in this fragmented world? But also a question, I think you might briefly touch on this, a couple of things. The question around the impact of COVID on the global scale that was raised by Charles. There was also a request to touch on the issue of environmental threats. All those are quite big, but I'll give you leeway to choose what you could comment on.
It's always very difficult to answer Onyango Bo's questions, but let me put this. Why is Africa is and its agency? Let me tell you a story which happened to me in a conversation with European friends about 10 years ago. I could find that at the time our friends in Brussels were concerned mainly by three things when it comes to Africa. Number one, migration. Africans are going to migrating to Europe. I told them 80% of all people who migrate from African countries migrate to other African countries. They don't go to Europe. Absolutely not. They go to other African countries. Second, I teased my European friends, explain to me how 64% of all Argentinians are Italians. Did you know that? 64% of all Argentinians are of Italian origin. Because at some point, Italy was not functioning, so they found their way to Argentina. In the same way, the British found their way almost around the world. But because of a couple of thousand of people, these people who Rwanda is trying to save going to the Mediterranean, Europeans were saying, look, we have a migration problem. Absolutely not. The second concern they had, believe it or not, was radicalization, radical Islam, radical issues, okay? And the third was China. China is taking over our place in Africa. But we're not a football pitch, all right? Everybody is welcome, all right? China is everywhere. China is the biggest investor in American paper. China is the biggest investor in Europe. But because they consider Africa as their place, they see China as a threat. And I have to explain to them, we have moved on. We have moved on. All partnerships are welcome. All right? All partnerships are welcome. So I'm saying this to you to show you how say these are former colonial powers, say Africa. We're just a place where they need protected from other partners of globalization, social migration, and of course, Islamic radicalism. And I tell them that on all three, they are totally wrong. Totally wrong. All right? By the way, I remind them also that in the next 20 years, among the top 15 countries in the world in terms of population will be 5 African countries. This will be Nigeria, Egypt, Ethiopia, DRC, and Tanzania. These will be some of the top 15 demographies in the world. All right? These 5. They'll be together with Indonesia, India, Brazil, Mexico, and the rest of them. All right? Look, we will matter. We will matter as a continent. Okay? And everybody is welcome. Now, this is important to say because if we do what Eddie has been saying, we increase our agency in the world. Right? Will matter. All right? But if our agency is diminished by the fact that we are dependent on them for aid, we borrow money from them 8% higher than others, so we end up in a debt aid cycle, all right? We become chronically dependent on those countries. So explain to me what Eddie just said. I worked on this financing of the African Union. Actually, the budget of the African Union is not $600 million. That is if you add programs and if you add peacekeeping, you can go to 1.6 billion. The core budget is $200 million, not so many, 200 or 300. The administrative budget. 200,000, $200 million. Are you really telling me that African countries are not able to find $200 million? $200 million to run our organization. But how many of them? 200 billion. Yeah. So in my conversation with a leader whose name will not be mentioned, he looked me up and said, Kaberuka, our budget for the organization has increased to $90 million from 7. Please, can you find a way of reducing this, Mr. President? No. Actually, I was hoping you would tell me the opposite. Because our organization is dependent on foreign powers. All right? Let me give you a second answer and I'll stop there. I was chair of the Global Fund for AIDS, Malaria, and Tuberculosis up to, I think, middle of this year. For the 38 million people living with HIV/AIDS for fight against malaria and tuberculosis. So each 3 years we'll mobilize about $16 billion. And what I said to my African colleagues was, look, is it normal? Can you accept that for the health of our people, we depend on the charity of foreigners, taxpayers of foreigners? Because these are our people, all right? Can't you raise $16 billion for all these people who are living with HIV, AIDS, malaria, and all this? But every 3 years we have to go begging, all right? So these are things we have to deal with. I think breaking the cycle of aid and debt for me is the most important thing we have to do.
Very well said, Doctor. I would like now to request that we have the microphone move around. We started a bit late. MC, I think I'm still safe. Wow, we have a lot of hands. We're going to prioritize gender balance. So we'll have the lovely moderator go first, and then we'll come to this. We'll take 2 questions from this. I see Gatete, you can prepare, and I think we can take 1 question from the gentleman at the front.
Thank you very much for the enlightening presentation. My question is addressed to Dr. Kaberuka. If the survival of the continent will depend on the accelerated decision for integration, should we consider it a failed attempt for this generation and invest for the future? Or what do you think? Is there hope? Thank you.
Let's take more questions and then we'll come to can we take one from this side, please? I see Albert. Could we give Albert the microphone and then come to the gentleman in front? Oh, okay. We can start with him and then go to Albert.
Thank you, moderator. My question goes to Dr. Kaberuka about how prepared Africa is. You talked about how prepared after COVID. Now, I wanted to see how prepared are we after Russia and the Ukraine war. If you see, I was recently in Tanzania. Tanzania is a big country, vast with many things. It has a population of 65 million, and the land size is 945 square kilometers. Nigeria has 218 million, it has 123 square kilometers. Ethiopia has 123 square meters, it has 1.1 million. However, if you look at Ukraine, which feeds us with bread, the whole of Africa, it has square kilometers 603.628 with a population of 38 million. Now, why can't we feed ourselves? Why do we get fed by Ukraine, which is small in size, which is small with population? What's wrong with Africa? If the war does not stop, how prepared are we? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Gatete and Albert, and then we'll go to answers.
Can I? Okay. I think there is one angle that we never considered, that we somehow touch somewhere in this whole, whenever we talk about Africa. First of all, we've been inspired by the people who were there during the colonization, by our intellectuals in those times, because they inspired us and they pushed Africa to request to be independent and to finish colonization. But colonialism has killed them, almost all of them. Those who survived, let's be honest, people who had inspired us in the beginning, all the liberation movements, all of them, they have failed Africa. When eventually they got there, they have failed Africa. Actually, one of the things here that we have, because we are in Rwanda, what is the difference of Rwanda and many other countries? Is that Rwanda was not created by a colonizer. We inherited this from our ancestors. So, of course, we feel, the soft power that is in us, for us, we have no choice. We have to do what we are doing. The problem is, how much does any South African feel that he has to do what he has to do? But ANC has failed. MPLA has failed. Frelimo have failed. And we don't have, so how much do these countries really feel that they have to do whatever they have to do? Because, like we have said, one industry has grown very big. I think it was my Pan-African brother, Karoro, that said that the churches have flourished. But so we haven't really also invested ourselves in the soft power to have real sound education. And until today, when it comes to soft power, if we need to go to have news about Africa, we go and get it in the West. Even the East African will produce an AFP piece about Congo.
Albert, let's summarize in 10 seconds.
Okay,
please.
I'm gonna summarize that whatever we say, if my brother Gatete talks about Ukraine, At least Ukraine, they have a lifetime, they've been being Ukrainians. But do Kenyans really feel they are Kenyans? Do whatever Zambia feel they are Zambians, you know? Or what does it mean? Just to finalize on this, Africa on top of that is underpopulated. And it's everywhere crisis. I mean, a country like Congo, only 15 countries of Europe, that in Europe it's 400 million, and here not even 100 million, but they're in crisis for the last 60 years. So that's part of, we're creating crises in Africa, and we never talk about that, while Africa could feed the world. Anyway, to my colleague.
I think that...
But Albert,
okay.
Albert, now that we are in the middle of...
I'd like to call the room to order. We're coming to the end. We have a couple of minutes. We really need to use them well.
Albert,
go ahead, Doctor.
just 1 minute. So, let's take the case of Libya. Do you know that African Union, this gentleman knows very well, had actually were on the road finding a solution for the country, and a number of African leaders actually flew to the Benghazi and to Tripoli, and as they were trying to go back, they were told that no, they were told by NATO that the Libyan airspace was closed. So it was basically people in Brussels refusing our leaders the right to fly to another African country. All right? I'm mentioning this because we can blame our African leaders for many things, but the geopolitics of power is real. So they came in, they destroyed Libya, they said they were bringing democracy, maybe, all right, on top of the tomahawks. They left a chaotic country, and now a large part of Africa is paying a very high price from the Sahel or the East. So I think we need to be careful. Then many of the challenges we face, we put them in their proper geopolitical context, because it's not that always we have failed. In this case, these leaders, 6 of them, were almost on the point of finding a solution. NATO said they were in the aircraft. NATO said to them, don't go. Can you imagine African Union meeting and deciding that the British cannot fly to France? But they can do it because they can. So these are geopolitical realities. This is why we're insisting on the African Union being stronger, because that is the only way. But sorry to intervene.
But yes, I believe you complimented what he was saying. Real quick, not to worry, we'll come back and take some questions, but let's quickly get your comment, Professor, on...
No, mine is very easy, you know, the issue of food security. Dr. Kaberuka was saying to me, Eddie, you deal with food security. I said, hey, I can't feed... but, you know, the issue of food security, it goes back to the issue of mentality. I remember I was in Burundi, and then I was talking to the president of Burundi. I was saying to him, hey, the food is so cheap here. The beans, like you see the way you eat here, the beans. In Southern Africa, we don't eat that way. We eat these things that in Zimbabwe, I don't know what they call it. So we eat the beans, very, very affordable. So I was commending the president, the food is, he says, no, you know what happened? When they imposed sanctions on us, we said, you have backyards, start planting and planting food in your backyards. And they achieve full food security. So, and then, you know, this is an example from Burundi. In my own family, one of the elders of the family passes on. It's a very old lady. She was 95 years old. So we go there, we bury her. And then some of the relatives are there. They are crying poverty. They are poor. Opposite, not far from where our family home is, it's a massive piece of land. It's growing grass this long. But they are sitting there even now saying they are unemployed. They are depending on slave labor, and the government has massive grants. They can just go see the government, clean the land, they can do poultry farming, they can do vegetable farming, vegetables they grow in 3 months. So what I'm trying to say, I'm not saying that we don't have a food crisis, but part of it, is this thing that Dr. Kaberuka is talking about. This whole idea in Africa that nothing comes out of Africa. So African leaders, or not African leaders, some of the Africans, you feel more pride eating grain from Ukraine than grain from Zimbabwe. You think if you are eating grain from Zimbabwe, it's inferior, it probably has swine flu and so on, but this one must travel by ship, and then this thing, and then you display it, and so on. And it's a problem that and these are the things, it goes back to the issue of sovereignty. There are things in Africa that we can solve. We can solve food security by just using our own land. You know, so but it's something that goes back to our mentality, our posture, and all of those things. But we need to mobilize ourselves to be able to get to that level of determination, and I think it's there.
Yes, absolutely. We will request. There was a question, Charity. I'm going to request you to kindly repeat your question. Okay. Good.
And then we are being penalized by the aircon system here for running late. So, and yesterday I had to survive some flu attack. So if the organizers can help us with the flu, I'm not the one who prolonged the meeting. I think it's unfair treatment, Madam Chair.
Okay, Charity, I think your question was whether economic integration is a failed attempt for your generation. No. I think this is probably the way we shall proceed in the future. If your generation is committed to it, we have no choice. You know, Europe has the European Union, but not all countries in Europe are members of the European Union. All right? Some countries have an arrangement called Schengen arrangement, which is a visa arrangement, but not all European Union members are in Schengen. Equally, some countries in the European Union have used the euro, but not all countries use the euro. It could be, if there is enough political will, that the countries in Africa ready to move will move at a variable speed. This is exactly what has happened everywhere. But if we want to move at the speed of the lowest mover, the speed of the slowest, it will take a long time. But I think it is possible to identify areas of cooperation where we can all move at the speed of the fastest. This is what I think will happen, and I think you'll have no choice. And I end on this. There's a book I want to recommend to you people. This is a book I've recommended, I think, to Gatete and Lonzen. Is Gatete here? The younger Gatete? I really want to ask you to look for this book. It was written by a Nigerian foreign minister. I think maybe General here knows him. He was called General Garba. He was a Nigerian foreign minister. Yeah. And the book is called Diplomatic Soldiering. It may be out of print. I urge you to look it up. Because when in West Africa, they were trying to create ECOWAS, that is when the East African community was falling apart in 1976. And for those of you who want to know, the East African community at the time was far more advanced than the European Union today. I don't have time to tell you what was happening. It was far more advanced than the European Union, but it was falling apart. West Africans were trying to create ECOWAS. So his president, who was General Obasanjo at the time, asked him to come to East Africa, talk to leaders, what is going on. And you're going to find that chapter fascinating in terms of how things go wrong and how they can be made to be right. I don't know if it is still in print, but please look it up. I don't know, Gatete, if you found it.
Doctor, could you share the name of the book again so that...
It's called Diplomatic Soldiering.
Diplomatic Soldiering.
And the author is General Garba, who is Foreign Minister of Nigeria. All right? It will tell you how the East African community broke up, what were the factors, and what it would take for us in this region to take the EAC to what it was at the time. I don't have time to go into details, but I think that it might give you some ideas, and I really urge you to look it up. If you can't fail it, if you fail, find it. Come, I'll give you my copy. All right?
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. We only have time for 2 more questions. So between Gatete and Lonzen, I'm going to take 1 question. A whole jet brought you here. I cannot say no to you. We need to take a question. But I would like to give an opportunity to one of the students. So Gatete will start with you, go to the students, and end here at the front. Lonzen, if time allows, we'll come to you. We're starting with the student. Okay.
Thank you, moderator. All protocols observed. My name is Superintendent Chikondi Malama from Malawi Police Service. I'm a student of Senior Command and Staff course here at National Police College. The panelists mentioned several issues like economic dependency. They mentioned the issue of integration, which is bringing problems of harmonization. They also mentioned several challenges that Africa is facing, like the issue of fragmentation, like I just mentioned. So my question is, as Africa is facing these several complex challenges, how can the continent leverage its resources and strengths to address the issues that it is facing? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have Gatete. He's over here at the front. Right there. Okay. Let's have another microphone quickly at the front here so that when he's done, we keep going with the second question. Go on.
Thank you very much. I thought I would earn my invitation to come here and speak before the symposium is over. But I have a question for the panel. There's this dichotomy, that this principle, one is inviolability of borders. Another one is the right of peoples, by peoples I mean minorities or different types of peoples, to self-determination. But now, these two principles are contradictory and become cause of conflict and of failing, fragile states. So I'd like to ask the panel to walk us through these contradicting yet key African principles that ultimately bring conflict in Africa. I'll give a quick example. When I deployed with the Rwandan police and army in Cabo Delgado, I found that the first secondary schools for a space, I found that the first schools, secondary schools, were created in 2017. 2017, that means more than 50 years after independence. That's when the first secondary schools were in that area. But throughout the time, they had mosques and Quranic schools. That was their reference of education. These were a people that was disenfranchised. Ultimately, when they rebelled, Africa sent in an army to shoot them and defeat them. Is it really their fault to become, whatever you call them, become terrorists? So this is just one example, but most of the failed states, if you look at Al-Shabaab in Somalia, these are fishermen who are dispossessed of their livelihood, some of them became pirates, some of the others became terrorists. So these two, even though Africans are quick to assert the inviolability of borders as the most important principle, but it has actually been the cause of conflict because it trumped on the right of people to self-determination. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that we have a bit of, it's a mouthful so far. So before we take the last question, Doctor, do you want to take this?
Yeah, it's always difficult to answer Gatita's questions because he asks the question and answers it himself. I said that when the Organization of African Unity was put in place, many of you are still very young. It was a result of a huge compromise between two groups of countries who did not agree on how the Organization of African should be. Some wanted a very strong organization. They called them the Casablanca Group. Others wanted a very weak organization. Now, I don't want to tell you where we ended up. I think it ended up closer to the second. All right? It ended up close to the second. I could tell the same story about the African Development Bank, how it ended up in Abidjan as headquarters. Again, it was a compromise because some countries did not agree that Africa should have its own bank. It took Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia to travel to Abidjan, say to the leader there, no, let us create the bank and you can have the headquarters. And it's a long story, I want to go into it. So when the organization was created, it was a compromise. And so some of the principles adopted then may have become problematic today, but it was a result of that compromise. Because there were a number of countries at the time claiming territory of other countries. All right? Somalia had 5 stars on the flag because it was claiming bits of Kenya, bits of Ethiopia, something else. And the leader said, if we open this Pandora's box, there'll be many claims, counterclaims, okay? So they made a compromise. Now, years later, I don't know, I'll leave this to Eddie. There have been complications, but I note though, please note for this. Since the creation of the OAU, we have only one case of 2 countries coming together. That is Zanzibar and Tanganyika to form Tanzania. We have not had any other 2 countries coming together. It is the opposite which has happened. And I don't want to go into this. But the fact that only 2 countries out of the 55 came together shows you the complications. All right? Others have been separating. These are centripetal forces. So you have to put yourself in the shoes of the forefathers and the foremothers, they were not at the time, and the compromises they had to make. And there were many compromises. You're welcome to research that subject, but Monica is here. Second point, how can we put together our resources? Again, as president of the African Development Bank, I tried very hard to look at the issue of how we manage our external reserves. We'll be at BNR's 60th celebration tomorrow. And I was really, at the time, interest rates were very low. But many of our African countries were investing their reserves in Europe and in the US. And the proposal, which by the way has been made by the president of Ghana again at the last summit, was, can we at least agree that a little of those reserves, maybe 10, 20%, we can put them together, invest in high return investments in Africa, airports, railroads, and all this. I failed. I totally failed. All right? I think that was just a little success. But countries are not willing to pool their resources, all right, at this point in time, but they prefer to put it US commercial paper, European instruments, for reasons they can explain. But there are low-hanging fruits, things we can do. We can get our efforts together. I told you the East African community was highly advanced, more than the European today. So, but it will be extremely difficult. I end by saying this, again on this issue of sovereignty. I don't know if Eddie will invite me again in the future. You see, when you come together, it means you agree to surrender a bit of your sovereignty. If you're not prepared to surrender a bit of your sovereignty for the common good, it's very difficult to have that full integration we're talking about. So, if you say, I want to keep my full sovereignty, 100%, All right? There's what they call in diplomacy, if you and I are negotiating and you want absolute satisfaction, you generate in me absolute dissatisfaction. This is how it works. Because you're looking for absolute satisfaction. And therefore, me, it will be absolute dissatisfaction. So, in this kind of negotiations, what you are looking for is what is often termed a balanced dissatisfaction. You are not fully satisfied, I'm not fully satisfied, but it is balanced. It is balanced. So we call it a balanced dissatisfaction. That is the way you reach a compromise. You don't reach a compromise by looking for absolute satisfaction. And so I'm saying this to Garete because when these negotiations were being done in Addis Ababa at the time, it was a search for a balanced, dissatisfied solution. Because if you look for everything you're looking for, it means the other side will lose everything they're looking for, period. So what we had was a compromise. And I want to say to you that the art of compromise is art of diplomacy. Now, if you're looking for purism, I want everything I need, then it will be very difficult to strengthen our institutions because our countries want to keep as much of their sovereignty as possible. It's okay. But to come together means you have to handle in a bit of the sovereignty. Let me just end on this. Say the euro. Take the case of the euro. The euro, the currency. You see, the euro is built on the fact that we have one currency, and therefore when it comes to borrow from the markets, me, a poorer country, Greece, I can borrow on the same rates as a rich country, Germany. So there is automatic solidarity in the group. But you know why the euro was breaking up? Because the realities of the economies were different. The fundamentals of the economies were different. And solidarity was failing. So one of the things they were discussing is, can they now have the same fiscal responsibilities, budgets and debt and all this? Okay, they have not done it. All right? Although it almost brought down their currency. Because there is very little room for surrender a bit of sovereignty on the fiscal policy, which is fundamentally political. So maybe I've used the long channel to answer, but remember this concept of balanced dissatisfaction. All right? That is what we aim for when we're negotiating. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Professor, do you want to quickly comment?
I won't be long. I just want to talk about this notion of balanced dissatisfaction. I saw the Chinese practice it. We had dealings with the Chinese, and then we have trade with them, and you can't compete with them. And then we discussed and said, you know what, let's go and talk to the Chinese. So we called in the ambassador, he came, and we told him, look, we have this trade situation which cannot be changed through economic forces. We need political intervention. And he said, okay, I'll send you a message to the capital. The next thing, we were there with the Minister of Trade. We met with the entire big delegation of Chinese officials. We came out of that meeting, the Chinese committing to send every year to South Africa a buying mission of 100 manufactured goods. And that's how I heard some Greek foreign minister also say something similar. They had an issue with the Chinese and they spoke to them, and the Chinese made a concession. Even how we came to host the BRICS Development Bank in Johannesburg. It was during President Zuma's time. So we wrote to them and said we want to host the headquarters. Already the Chinese wanted, they had already have identified a building in Shanghai. But they gave us the regional center. So it's a question of you push your interest and try to get concession. It becomes difficult when you are in a situation of zero-sum game, where powers are saying, if I can't have it, you don't have it, and so on and so on and so on. So I think this issue that he's talking about, he's using the example of African countries on how we manage competing sovereignty and how do you make sure that sovereignty, part of it, is devolved into a more powerful African Union, that it needs some compromise. Definitely, you need some compromise. The issue is, are African countries ready for that? It varies from, I want to talk about something, but I don't know, I won't talk again. Somebody was making a mockery of the ANC because we got 40% in the election. So I want to say, what accounts for the ANC's progressive poor performance in the elections over the years. In the ANC, what has made the ANC so strong is because there was a political center. And if there are differences, they were resolved through a political center. It was an informal structure. Nobody knew that it existed, but it was there. But that political center collapsed in the conference of the ANC in 2007 when President Mbeki fought with President Zuma. And it has never been reconstituted. So the point I'm trying to make is that what has driven the African Union up to so far is the existence of a political center. So what Dr. Kaberuka is talking about, the Casablanca group, even though they were disagreeing, but there's consistently being a political center driving the integration agenda. Its absence, you see it in a lack of vision. And if you look at the debates we had, union government during Gaddafi, they were disagreeing, but there was a political center. The leaders discussed among themselves, this is where we want our continent, and people didn't go to the commission elections and then put the names there. There was a discussion, who do we want? And so myself, I was not part of it. But you see that I think perhaps President Kagame tried to reconstitute it, but I think as part of this whole thing that we're, but the political center, you don't constitute it artificially. Then it's not real. But we rely on our leaders, President Kagame, President Ruto, the leaders who are now prominent now, to constitute this political center. Without a political center, Africa will not function. The formal meetings of the African Union should be formalization of consensus reached in the political center. I'm sorry.
No, thank you. Thank you for that submission. We're out of time, unfortunately, but we'll have just about a minute, sir, to ask your question or give your comments, and we'll move to closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mine is a comment. I can another student. Yeah. So mine, I'm happy that the IG was able to convey this symposium, and I'm happy to be here. I learned from the wisdom and the depth of knowledge from the doctor and the prop. I'm very much appreciative of being here. Now, the issue of integration, sir, you said the DCP is here, and issue of free trade is the list on the charter. I want to look at it this way. If you could share with us, or even letter, or even through email, how did the European Union, how were they able to get their funding, their money? They so willingly give in their money. One, how were they able to, the European Union, how were they able to get their funding right? While the African Union, we couldn't get the funding right. Again, I look at it this way. The African Union, as the Prof has said, under 200 million budget or so, and we cannot even, a president called you whether you can do something out of the money. Now, when you look at it this way, you cannot give in on something that you don't believe in. One. Two, there is issue of openness, transparency, and accountability. If the runners of the African Union are not accountable and are not physically or sufficiently demonstrating what they are using with the money, they cannot get the money. I cannot contribute to something that I don't believe in. That is why I even look at it, even the issue of buy-in that I talked before, even the one of yesterday, the CP, is it Apollo, that we were together. He said nobody is willing to host. There is need for us to now, first and foremost, as you have said, we project each other. We have to go and know, and we have to believe and agree on what we want to do. Then you see people coming in to do it. Or we go back and learn. The whole is a global village. How did the European Union get it right, getting the money? Why can't we get it together? Thank you.
Doctor, I'll be very quick.
Okay.
So I'm glad DCP is here. When in 2016, President Kagame was asked by his colleagues to lead the reform of the African Union, at the base of it was that the organization was bankrupt. And I'm using this word carefully. Bankrupt. So at the summit in Johannesburg, the previous year, leaders had said, look, it can't go on. So they met here in Kigali to figure out how we could finance the organization. There was no shortage of ideas. There was no shortage of ideas. I even gave a proposal to the summit, which was unanimously adopted. Only one country said they had issues with it. But implementation up to today, even those who unanimously adopted, all right, unanimously adopted. But once gone back to the capital, then national issues came in. Now, it's important I say this to you. I heard arguments that, oh, our organization is not well running, that is not well governed. So this when our president said, okay, let us agree to fund the organization. And then let us reform the way it works. It was two sides of the same coin. And believe me, a lot of work has been done on the financial governance of the organization. It can no longer be the excuse for African countries not funding the organization. All right? I end by saying this also. You know, when the AU was formed, something happened which I salute, but which had serious consequences. Because the big five economies, South Africa, Nigeria, Libya, Egypt, and Algeria, agreed to pay collect to 60% of the budget. They said, look, we have the money, we know other countries having issues, we shall pay 60%. Okay? This was accepted. Now what is the problem? When there were issues in Libya, all right, which meant that Libya could not fund the organization. So the organization, the AU, used some of its reserves, all right, which is meant for a rainy day, to pre-finance the mission to the Central African Republic. So at that point, the organization had no money of its own, did not even have reserves. You can't convince me this was because of bad governance. No, they were given a mission without being given the means. So they pre-financed the mission to Central African Republic on the assumption that members would pay back. They didn't. One time, President Beki was traveling to South Sudan and his mission to mediate. All they needed was a couple of $1,000. I think it can't have been more than $50,000. The organization could not afford it. So it is some embassies, NADIs, foreign embassies, who contribute the money. So that can't be because of financial governance in the EU. It has to be something else. And that something else has to be political commitment to the organization, by the way, for which member states have not ceded a single iota of sovereignty. The AU, you see today, member states have not ceded a single iota of sovereignty. It's an intergovernmental organization which operates on the goodwill of member countries. That is all. When our president was doing the work of reform, the team started off looking at how many decisions had been taken at the summit level and not implemented. Over 100. All right? So we'll have to begin at some point in the future with a debate fundamentally. How much sovereignty are member states prepared to cede to Addis? Now, you can't convince me that UN is better run than the AU. All international organizations have their own issues. Okay? But our member states are prepared to pay UN dues, but when it comes to the AU, no. It can't be because of financial governance. It is something else. That said, there's a lot of work to be done in the AU, improving its efficiency, effectiveness, governance, but we have to fund our own organization.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
But I must give credit to Dr. Monique because she's sitting here. These positive statements from Dr. Kaberuka about the financial governance that we have been able to achieve over the last few years is thanks to her leadership, and I think she should be recognized for that.
Absolutely.
And I think, thank you very much. I know she works very hard there in Addis, trying to make sure that everybody's accounts and all of that, but the problem is with the member states. But you know, we had this debate during the former president of Mali, when he was the chair of the commission, Professor Alpha Konare. They locked us in a farm in Nigeria, and then we were having this debate about sovereignty. We are sitting with the metrics, how much. So I asked one question to my colleagues from the commission. I said, which powers do you want that you don't have at the moment? They couldn't give me one. And then they were listing, I said, but you are already initiating decisions. Why do you need a legal document? And then they were listing, I said, no, but you are already doing it. Why do you need, because if you try to do a legal document, member states are going to reject it but you are already exercising this. So I think I agree with what Dr. Kaberuka is saying, is my elder brother. But the commission, as is currently constituted with the Constitutive Act, wields massive powers. And I believe that some of them can be used to be able to get us to another level. And some of the issue of sovereignty is going to be very difficult, especially there are other countries where sovereignty is non-negotiable. But if you go to them, we did it through the Pan-African Parliament, so we found a way. So if you go to them directly with sovereignty, you are bound to lose. But if you deal with, you take a de facto approach, you get an approach. So that's how, that would be my suggestion. But I agree with him. Without the European Union, they deal with it because they use a different variable model. So here is everybody, we must all agree, you move at the pace of the slowest member of the Union, and I think that's why the problem is.
But the General, the formula we had proposed for funding the AU is no different from what the European Union was using. In fact, we made that proposal deliberately to show that it can work. Number two, it would have actually strengthened the CFTA. Because all it says is, you want to trade among yourselves, so no tariffs among yourselves. But you still have to put tariffs against foreigners, okay? Except for things you need for your industrialization. So the idea was, if you are going to import wine, perfumes, cars, all this, they just collect a bit on the revenue side, give to the AU. This is what the European Union was doing after the mid-1980s. So it was technically possible, technically feasible, it has been demonstrated.
And it can
but there's
still
no
be
political will
possible.
to implement it. By the way, in ECOWAS, for a long time, ECOWAS was doing exactly the same.
Doctor, allow me interrupt a little bit. MC, do we have 3 minutes for our panelists to give their closing remarks? I know we are way over time, but also just to ask, yes, more 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And one of the reasons I'm asking for the 5 minutes is to actually listen to our students at the back who have not gotten enough opportunities to comment and to ask questions. So within those minutes, I'll take 2 minutes to give an opportunity to a student at the back. No stories, straight to the question and who it's going to, and then we can hear more from our panelists.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you. My name is Victoria Ndayamudiki. I'm a student at the African Leadership University. I'll keep mine brief because our question is in 2 parts. All right, so Comrade Brian had mentioned something in the previous panel discussion about the fact that plants do not just fail because of something wrong with the roots. And that definitely resonated with me, and that highlighted the fact that obviously a lot of the issues happening in Africa is very deep and complex, and it's not just the one size fits all. So throughout the symposium, we've spoken a lot about mindsets and the fact that we need to have programs to educate the people of Africa about their capacity. While on the other hand, resources have also been said to be a real problem. So we talk about educating our people of their capacity, but we also talk about limitations like, say, for instance, finances. So if... So getting back to what I was saying. So if Africa does not have finances, help needs to come from somewhere. And if the aim is not to build a sense of dependency, how would doing our part with what we have look like, especially as the youth? The youth is the future, and we want to be included, but we don't know what to offer to be included. Even to ask this question, we have to fight. You know, so things like that, like in situations whereby we want to be included, we want to be actively included, how and what are we supposed to offer? And what actionable steps can we take today as the youth to be able to be included into the future that we are so called in charge of?
Okay, thank you so much. I think brief in a nutshell, she's asking what can the youth do to be included. We promise to do better next time. You'll be more included. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Divine Ianacho. I'm also a student at the African Leadership University. So throughout the symposium, we've been talking about the importance of collaboration in building a sustainable Africa where peace and security reigns, right? But I feel like there's a lot that is not being talked about, which is okay, so I'll bring it from what Professor Sharif said yesterday, right? He talked about we helping each other, and he gave an instance where there was an issue where neighboring countries had to help in resolving issues of cars being stolen. So now my question is, there's a lot of individualized and racism and discrimination amongst us in Africa, right? So how do we combat this issue? I mean, we know we have to change the narrative of people. We have to more like educate people to see that we are one, right? We envision a united Africa. But while that transformation is going on, because it's more like an habit, and it takes so long for habits to change. So what do we do while this process is ongoing to prevent more damages? Because if we keep on discriminating amongst ourselves as Africans, talk more of the Western part. So what do we need to do in order to ensure that we are actually one united Africa and collaborate more to build a more sustainable Africa? Thank you.
Thank you. I think throughout this entire conversation, our panelists have actually been contributing to that very question across the board. But just in case anybody wants to touch on that, but Doctor, maybe just to paraphrase the first question, I believe what she was asking is the same conversation we had earlier before we came here about opportunities. When you allow young people, we can actually use this for our closing remarks. We're allowing young people to be on the table in terms of decision making and involving them.
I get it. I just say a few things and I'll let our visitor close. I want to remind young people here of something which I think we are all agreed. The future belongs to the youth of Africa. They should be the leaders. They should be the one determining their future. But I want to remind you that at independence, I think I want to say this, Brian is still there, is gone? Many of the leaders in Africa were in their 30s. They were in their 30s. There were very few in the 40s. They were in their 30s. They tried their best. But the conditions globally were very bad at the time. Many of them didn't have much experience. So there were some issues. But the youth of today don't have that excuse. Don't have that excuse. So it's up to you, not simply say the youth. No. You have work to do. You have a lot of work to do and responsibilities to assume. All right? Because the future is the youth. But when I look at the mistakes made by some of the young leaders in the 60s and 70s, I would explain it by a combination of the geopolitics at the time. It was very, very complex for them. Okay? Lack of experience because they never were given a chance to do things. But you, the youth of today, have no such excuse. You absolutely have to assume your responsibilities and shape the future. Now, it will not be easy. I end by saying that, they say for every difficult thing, it is 20% inspiration, 90% perspiration. All right? So it's not easy. It has to be difficult. That's what I think we should do. And I want to end by thanking the School of Police, IGP and your team for inviting me and for putting together this wonderful event. I hope that you invite me again. You don't put me in quarantine like before. But I want to commend you for what you do, what the police does here, and what does in the country for all of us. But thank you for what you have done. Thank you for inviting me.
No, Madam Chair, I wanted Dr. Kaberuka to close for the two of us because of his seniority, but he said, no, let our visitor close. And for me, what is my takeaway from here, of course, the discussions and all of that, but when we were growing up in the ANC, our soldiers had guns and all of that. And President Tambo used to say to them, behind the gun, there must be a political mind. And ANC put a lot of emphasis on political education. So before you were even trained, you were grilled in political, why you are fighting, what are the balance of forces, and so on and so on. So I live here now understanding how the police contingent here, you know, your orientation, that behind the work that you are doing, there is politics, there is purpose, there is also a conviction. For you to have brought us here to share with you and with your students, for me it has touched me. I don't know who's going to be our Minister of Police, but if I had this here, I would say, go and look at what the Rwandese are doing. The army, you don't just encounter the police when they are arresting you, but you can also encounter them and discuss them with them, the problems facing our continent. So I'm really inspired, and I really want to thank you. DCP, I know you made all the way to come here and be with us. Thank you very much, and the leadership of the academy. And really, I'm inspired. And thank you very much for the invitation.
And I think I speak for every Rwandan in this room, at least those I've talked to, coming here and seeing how meticulously this symposium is put together, the attention to detail, the hospitality, the joy walking into a police facility and just feeling welcome and ready to learn. It's been impeccable. And I hope my tag stays, because I'll be coming back. But thank you so much. And to our panelists, thank you so much for being so patient. I know we went far over the time we were supposed to be having this conversation. Thank you for allowing us to drink from your well of wisdom and knowledge and experience. And I ask you once more to please give them a warm round of applause. Thank you. And also special thanks to Charles, I think he stepped out, who was our discussant. Thank you so much. And on that note, have a wonderful rest of your day. And it's been an honor moderating this session. Thank you.
The chief guests, sir, the IGP, sir, distinguished invited guests. It's now time for the wrap-up of all the sessions of the symposium. And this will be done by Professor Ajay Shakamugabe. Professor Ajay Shakamugabe is a senior lecturer and the current acting director of the Center for Conflict Management. He is a seasoned academic and researcher who has published extensively. Dr. Ajay, please, the floor is yours.
Honorable Minister of Interior and guests of honor, the IGP, Rwanda National Police, the Governor, Northern Province, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So my task this afternoon is to provide a very short overview of discussions that took place in this room from yesterday, but clearly for people who could not make it for all the sessions. So from 5th to 6th June 2024, Rwanda National Police, via the National Police College, in collaboration with the University of Rwanda, organized the 11th edition of the Symposium on Peace, Security, and Justice, under the theme, Peace and Security in the Evolving Global Dynamics, Implications for Africa. The symposium permanent objective is to broaden understanding and strengthen the analytical capacity for police senior command and staff course participants who are at the same time students in the master's program in peace studies and conflict transformation, but also students from the Institute of Legal Practice and Development, ELPD, and students from the African Leadership University. So apart from the opening session and the closing session that we follow shortly, the symposium was structured around 4 main sub-themes. Sub-theme number 1, explored global peace and security trends. Sub-theme number 2, focus on Africa's peace and security landscape, issues and responses. Sub-theme number 3 looked into building a resilient Africa for sustainable peace and prosperity, a forward-looking perspective, and the Fireside chat that has just ended that looked at Africa's preparedness to respond to the security and peace challenges. So the opening ceremony consisted of 3 remarks. The welcome remarks from the commandant of this college, the official opening, and the introductory note from the Vice Chancellor of the University of Rwanda. So during his welcome remarks, the commandant of National Police College, Commissioner of Police Rafiki Mujiji, rightly indicated that the symposium is a significant opportunity to debate and understand global peace and security challenges using African lenses. He indicated that effective justice contributes to peace and security, just like lasting injustices lead to persistent conflict and insecurity. In substance, he said that peace and security cannot flourish without justice or if justice is not served. The commandant of the National Police College expressed his gratitude to the leadership of Rwanda National Police for its continued support to the college and to the University of Rwanda for its active involvement in the preparation and conduct of this symposium. So in the interest of time, I will skip full sections and stick on the most important aspects. So speakers and discussants, please bear with me if I do not represent fairly your submissions. So in his opening remarks, the Minister of Justice, Attorney General, and guest of honor, Honorable Dr. Emmanuel Ugirashebuja, underscored the timeliness of the topic selected for this symposium. He mentioned the major factors that affect global and Africa's peace and security landscape, including geopolitical shifts and competition, environmental changes, technological advancement, armed conflict, and high-intensity violence. He called upon the symposium participants to use this symposium to exchange information, share experiences, and devise innovative ways to respond to Africa's peace and security challenges. The introductory note was delivered by the Vice Chancellor of the University of Rwanda, Associate Professor Didas Kayihura Muganga, who defined the symposium as a space for dialogue between the academia, policymakers, and law enforcement players. The UR Vice Chancellor, for him, the symposium is an ideal platform for students to supplement theories with insights from policymakers and law enforcement organs, and consequently gain a deep understanding of conflict, security, peace, justice dynamics, all of which are related to most of the modules that our students have learned in class. As a way of disseminating knowledge from this symposium and contribute policy formulation in the field of peace and security, Prof. Kayihura concluded his remarks by requesting the organizers of the event, and I understood National Police College and the Center for Conflict Management, to generate research outputs out of this event in the form of articles and policy briefs, among other products. So the actual symposium consisted of 4 panels, or 4 sessions. The first one discussed global peace and security trends. It brought together academics and law enforcement authorities, both panelists and discussants. The panel discussed the linkage between the concept of peace and security, briefly shared with the audience about the state of the academic debate, provided an overview of global and continental peace and security frameworks, as well as on protection of civilians' practices, in peacekeeping missions, focusing on the case of UNMISS. While accepting the varied perceptions of both words, I mean security and peace, it's evident that peace and security are inseparable. Combined together, they are a condition where individuals, institutions, and the regions, and even the world, move ahead without any threat. Peace and security encompass various elements of human life, including non-violent conflict resolution and the empowerment of individuals and groups' well-being, as well as addressing structural inequalities and discriminatory practices. Peace and security frameworks at the global level and regional level have been discussed, and the list is too long. It appeared that the normative framework is well-reached, but the problem lies in the implementation of existing frameworks. So from the experience of the UNMISS, protection of civilians is done through various practices. Major contributions are related to capacity building for the National Police Service in South Sudan, community empowerment through police-community relation committees, and the promotion of the women, peace, and security agenda. So for instance, regarding capacity building, a lot of trainings have been conducted from July last year to May this year on critical areas of civilian protection, such as the use of power, investigation, child protection, sexual and gender-based violence, community policing, and many others. Discussions raised a series of questions which were discussed in the plenary. The panel 2 concentrated on Africa's peace and security landscape, issues and responses. The panel highlighted the changing peace and security landscape in Africa due to changing nature of conflict themselves, but also the changing nature of fatalities. So it was indicated that the nature of conflict is evolving exactly the way factors themselves contributing to conflict are changing. So the panel also explored the nexus between security and development and stressed the factors that contribute to insecurity in Africa. So a list of recommendations were formulated, including the acquisition and skillful use of scientific and technological knowledge and tools in addressing challenges and threats of insecurity, but also the strengthening of AFRIPOL to serve and promote the development of capacity, communication, and collaboration among national security and law enforcement agencies. Panel 2 also elaborated on the scope and limits of anti-terrorism mechanisms in Africa, showing that mechanisms are in place at the global level, the continental and sub-regional level, but that their implementation has been problematic, particularly due to issues of financial and human resource capacity, but also lack of political or limited political will. So from discussions that went on yesterday, 2 to 3 ideas emerged, and they require the attention of the audience in general, particularly the Secretariat, and people will be working on post-symposium products. So one was the principle of necessity, which exists in the general principles of law, but calls for more attention from the perspective of peacekeeping, particularly protection of civilians. The need to reform UN governance structures to give it a fair space to Africa so that its voice can be heard, but also African integration that has kept emerging in all the discussions that took place in this room. Panel 3 discussed the building of a resilient Africa for sustainable peace and prosperity. The panel considered ways to strengthen continental governance through reforms of institutions, regional economic integration, leveraging the potentials of the African free continental free trade area, as well as the promises of the bilateral peace interventions. The panel eloquently said that intractable conflict that Africa is faced with cannot be addressed if governance systems remain the same. So sending soldiers and police to keep peace is dealing to some extent with symptoms. It cannot uproot the root causes of the conflicts. So reforms should consider social concerns to improve livelihoods of people, economic concerns by achieving friendlier production systems and market, but also political concerns to establish more inclusive institutions where this is not the case. So governance reforms at the African Union should aim also at maximizing operational competences so that Africa can be able to promote its own interests while empowering its citizenry. Regarding the African Continental Free Trade Area, it was seen as a very strategic tool for the attainment of the Agenda 2063, or the Africa we want, which is Africa that is peaceful, integrated, and prosperous. The aim of this tool is to promote industrialization and diversify economy by encouraging the development of regional value chain and manufacturing sector. This diversification can lead to increased productivity, job creation, and higher value added export among African countries. Panel 4 also discussed the promise of bilateral peace, that was panel 3, bilateral peace interventions or arrangements as opposed to traditional models, generally the multilateral deployment. So without comparing these models, the speaker highlighted the benefits associated with each of them. For instance, bilateral engagement have the following advantages: operational efficiency and clear doctrines. Since there are no controversies, decision-making is quicker and actions robust. Cost effectiveness, but also legitimacy since deployment is made upon consent of the host state. So while multilateral engagement have advantages of being better funded compared to bilateral arrangements, decision-making is generally slow due to bureaucracy, and bringing together multiple partners is often difficult, which takes time. So based on lessons learned, a hybrid model is possible involving multiple partners where needed. So the panel discussant advocate for a youth-centered peace education to promote values such as respect of human rights, critical thinking, tolerance, and non-violent conflict resolution skills. So from the last panel, since we all were here, I will just draw a few lessons. We've just learned that being ready or being prepared to face evolving peace and security challenges implies having a functional state with functional structures that are able to respond to the needs of the population. So discussions that have been going on around integration of Africa show that there is still a long way to go due to reluctancy and sometimes lack of political will on the side of member state. So it was suggested to initiate serious conversation to position Africa as a global class player so that its voice and interest can be promoted. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Agé, for giving this succinct summary of the whole symposium. Chief guest, Honorable Minister of Interior, may I invite you to now deliver the closing remarks.
the Inspector General of Rwanda National Police and the host of this symposium, the Governor of Northern Province, heads and representatives of regional and international organizations here present, the Prosecutor General, Chief Executive Officer of RGB, representatives of security organs here present, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking the leadership of the Republic of Rwanda for having created a safer environment that facilitates security organs to mitigate security challenges and contribute to national and global security through education. With total instability, senior law enforcers and us could not sit here. In the same perspective, let me thank the leadership of Rwanda National Police and the college for such initiative to avail its share in peace and security through knowledge. Dispensed in this college, I am saying that knowledge. It's my great pleasure to be here with you in this year's symposium on peace, security, and justice under the theme of peace and security in the evolving global dynamics, implications for Africa. Throughout this symposium, it is doubtlessly that global peace and security dynamics, trends, issues, as well as responses with a focus on Africa have been broadly discussed. With this, adaptive and security responsive approaches have also been analyzed as strategies to effectively address security challenges resulting from the evolving dynamics on the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, Africa has remained fragile due to those constant security-related issues, which I hope you discussed exhaustively in this symposium. I am also confident that all participants to this symposium have got an opportunity to understand complexities and dynamics of conflicts in Africa through selected current case studies brought by various speakers. Both current and future leaders, we need to learn from all those case studies with a view to developing a forward-looking perspective that helps us to address current challenges while preparing for future uncertainties. Additionally, this forward-looking perspective of Africa's resilience should go hand in hand with strengthening our governance systems, which require comprehensive institutional reforms. In an attempt to building a resilient Africa, therefore, there is a need of thinking about a number of political, economic, and security initiatives, which include but not limited to regional and continental, some bilateral, as well as multilateral security arrangements. In rethinking of a peaceful and resilient Africa, there is always a need to address all the aforementioned security challenges through togetherness. I am convinced that the togetherness I am talking about will progressively be achieved by engaging police senior command and staff corps students and other participants from different countries here represented. This is a better way to raise the number of strategic leaders, managers, and commanders with the same understanding and ability to contribute to peace and security in our African countries. Based on good profiles on the panelists, moderators, discussants, and other participants to this symposium, I have no doubt that this has been an opportunity to share appropriate tools and strategies for making Africa a resilient continent. On this note, therefore, I declare this Symposium on Peace, Security and Justice 2024 officially closed. I thank you.
Thank you, our chief guest. It's now time for the group photograph. In this group photograph, the chief guest will be accompanied by the Inspector General of Police and this front row, and the students of the Police Senior Command and Staff Course and Senior Directing Staff. The protocol will guide us. Protocol, please.